fall over. I have a can of Coke. Where did they come up with the beat for this song? Leon has way too many piercings, and the piercings don't make sense. It kind of wraps around his entire ear. Also, quick question. It'd be different in the West, but I imagine in Japan they probably wouldn't allow piercings during like a baseball game or during any kind of sports, because it gets caught on shit. We don't allow piercings at college. We do. But you're not allowed to wear them, certain ones, during our practicals. Because it gets caught on shit. Like the one he's got in his lip, it's a stud, so that would probably be fine. Hey! But the rings that he's got in his earring, I mean, I know that he doesn't like playing baseball, and he probably hasn't played in a while, considering they force him to shave his hair. And obviously he does not have shaved hair. He's got quite long hair. So he probably hasn't played in a while. And maybe the piercings are recent. But even so, I can't imagine that Japan would look very favourably on somebody with piercings. Shit, where I'm from doesn't look very favourably on piercings, so... I am from southern Hick Town, England, so... Maybe where I'm from in Japan have more in common than you think. Are we ready for the investigation? The sad, sad investigation? And the problematique trial? I've eaten, so I have more energy. Oh god, this is 30 slots. Ugh. Oh god. I forgot. Ugh. Ugh. Hello! You here? We can start. Oh, I don't want to start. Oh, I don't want to start. Okay. So, we left off. Chihira's dead. Toko's being weird. And... Hina and Taka took her back to her room. Here we go. We got this bullshit now. I can feel the life draining out of my own body. It's a dead body. Chihiro's dead body.
Very strange.
Oh, but the more I look at it, the more strange it all seems. This must be Genocide Jack's handiwork. Well, but...
What?
But we're still not sure he did it. Is that what you want to say? Well, you all thought I did it in the last one, so hold your horses. I wonder about that. Suffer. The poster's got some blood on it. It must have happened during the murder. Where were you in the night of the murder? I use this locker room all the time. Now it's become the site of Chihiro's death. But why was she killed in the locker room? Actually, if you think about it, she could have been killed somewhere else, then carried here. She was very light, that is true. It wouldn't be hard for someone to carry her, but still.
Well,
I still think she came here on her own, by choice. What makes you say that? She'd been talking a lot lately about how she wanted to get stronger. So you're saying she came here to exercise? But according to the Monokuma file, apparently she was killed around 2 in the morning. Would she really have been exercising that late?
perhaps.
Hina or myself were usually in the locker room during the day, so she was probably avoiding it then. Avoiding it? No, don't die on me now, no! Right, thank you. Although we invited her to join us more than once, she never showed up, so I can only assume she was trying to avoid us. Instead she came to exercise in the middle of the night.
However...
Perhaps, but it's difficult for me to imagine she would have come alone. She did want to start exercising, but she specifically mentioned she couldn't do it by herself. She needed support from others. So you're saying she could have come here in the middle of the night to train in secret, but that she also would have come with someone else. It's a possibility, I think. Interesting. Sakura's account. There's a dumbbell on the floor, and there's a bloodstain. There's a bloodstain on the dumbbell. The Monokuma file said a blow to the head with a blunt object is what killed her. Does that mean this dumbbell was actually the murder weapon?
That's right.
I don't imagine it could have been anything else. I don't know, a giant a heavy bloody blunt object. Probably the murder weapon, I don't know. Something tells me. Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All I need to get stronger. What the fuck? Yeah, I do remember she said that more than once. Sure did. Which I guess explains the trip down here. But did she really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl after all. Most girls aren't all that strong. I don't know, man. I haven't really thought about that stuff. The cause of Chihiro's complex. I can't help wondering what it might be. Commando's account. Now I believe it's time for us to move on. My man hasn't seen a female pro wrestler. There's a woman going around on Twitter right now that has them in a chokehold. She is I don't know who she is, but she's huge and ripped, and no one can handle themselves. No one can behave around her. I'm sure you must have seen her probably somewhere. Also, don't drag me out of this room, you son of a bitch. I'm still investigating. I haven't even spoken to Kyoko! You can't take me away from my wife like this. Huh? Already?
What?
New clues won't magically appear by standing around here. We need to check every aspect of this case. That's true, but...
Let's go.
If you're satisfied, let's hurry up and proceed. He's so pushy. Ah, shit. I got caught up with the wrong person this time. I don't like this strange, this annoying twink who's taken an interest in me and I'm not happy about it. So, this is our next location. Huh? This place is related to the investigation? Figure it out for yourself. It's no fun if you don't, right? Ugh. God. Choke. Suck my dick, dude. Maybe this gun was used to... No, impossible. If that were true, Chihiro would be riddled with holes. Can I go in here? That's not even the scene of the crime, idiot. Fuck you! I'm trying to look around, man. There are a bunch of different pool-related items on the shelf, which have nothing to do with the case. Alright, fine, I'll talk to him, Jesus. You could at least try and figure out what we should check without my help. If I remember right, this card reader is meant to work with our handbooks, right?
What?
Do you have an issue with it? If so, you should take it up with Monokuma. He said that, and then quickly and sharply clapped his hands together.
Did you call for me?
You called for me? Has he been domesticated?
That's right.
Ugh. This man has so many fucking slaves. It seems that Makoto has a question for you.
You need something?
Sure. What's up? Well, it's just about this card reader.
Yep.
Yes, the card readers have all been designed to interface with each of your e-handbooks. You can only enter the locker room corresponding to the gender listed in your individual handbook. And it's impossible for two people in a row to go through while the door is unlocked, correct?
Unbelievable.
If there were some sort of erotic terrorist on the prowl, the ceiling-mounted Gatling gun would initiate a Swiss cheese slaughter. And the school regulations prohibit anyone from lending someone else their handbook, correct?
Of course.
Correctly correct. So then, that means that only girls can go into the girls' locker room. and only boys can go into the boys' locker room. In other words, Chihiro's body being found in the girls' locker room means... Hey, Makoto. I can see right through you. See right through me? I could have sworn I left my house wearing clothes today. Allow me to tell you what you're thinking. No. No. See, since Chihiro was found in the girls' locker room, the killer must have been able to get in there.
So, in other words,
As such, the killer must be one of the girls. Did I get it right?
such ignorance.
Good lord, you're simple. But am I wrong? You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. I would expect nothing less from the prodigal son of the noble Togami family. So you managed to sniff out the loophole in the regulations. Knowing you, I would bet you created it on purpose, didn't you? To add a little more excitement to things. You're treating me like a puny little appetizer instead of the main course that I am. Now then, since the dead can't actually talk, they're not people anymore. They're things.
Yep.
Get it? Got it? Good. Wait, hold on. You're saying that's a loophole, but in order to borrow something from someone, then that means someone would have to loan it. So,
Why you?
So sleepy. Just listening to you makes me want to pass out. Be more like Byakuya and get your poop together. Or else I'll charge you with criminal negligence. No more questions. Figure out the rest on your damn self.
That's fine.
Well, I know you are unfortunately lacking in mental faculties, so I'll fill you in myself. I hate you so much. Let's head to the main hall. The main hall? That'll help you understand what's going on. Ugh. I'm gonna kick your ass. It should be pretty easy. A gust of wind would blow your fucking skinny ass over. We came to the main hall. So what are we looking for here? He just straight up turned around and ignored me. He's looking at- he's ignoring me like he would ignore a dog when they're being, like, disruptive. Does that mean I have to figure it out for myself? Yeah. Okay. Asshole. I know what it is. It's this fucking thing. There's a mailbox here. Could there be something inside? It's an e-handbook. No wait. There's 3 of them. But what are they doing here? So you finally found them. It was the first thing I looked at. Huh? Did you know these were here, Byakuya? I happened to find them by chance myself the other day. It seems there's a system in place where the handbooks of dead students get delivered to this mailbox. So then, these 3 handbooks belong to Junko, Leon, and Sayaka? You can go ahead and confirm it yourself. I immediately turned on one of the handbooks, and when I did... Sayaka Mizono. You're right, this is Sayaka's handbook. Now, do you understand? This is the key to the loophole that I revealed earlier. Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to get it. Only starting to? You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you this whole time. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. I see. Yeah, now I understand. Yep, somebody nicked it.
What?
Hold on a second. What's wrong?
Very strange.
That's strange. One of the handbooks won't turn on. Is it broken? Whose is it? The other handbook showed Junko's name when I started it up. Then the one that won't turn on must be Leon's, right?
I see.
That would make sense, yes, considering there's only 3 of them. After all, he did get pummeled with dozens and dozens of baseballs. Pummeled with baseballs. The memory of it came flooding back. That cruel punishment which led to Leon's death. The execution that the mastermind concocted. Cruel, heartless death. You're right. It wouldn't be surprising for the handbook to break during that kind of assault.
Damn it!
Hey, hey! Hey, 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 hey! Hey! What? That e-handbook is essential to student life here. Crucial. integral, instrumental, a super big deal. There's no way it would break that easily. But it did. If I say it wouldn't break, it wouldn't freaking break. It can withstand up to 10 tons of pressure, and it's waterproof up to 100 meters. Okay? I don't care how many baseballs you hit it with. It wouldn't do crap. Oh, but even my amazing handbook does have one single weak point. It does?
I can't hear you.
But it's a secret. I won't want you to go breaking any more handbooks.
What?
Then Leon must have broken it somehow without realizing what its weakness was, right? Hard to say. You know what I think? I think his handbook isn't actually broken.
What?
But you might ask, how could that be? Oh, you clever little bastard. Leaving the question hanging in the air, Monokuma disappeared. What just happened? Monokuma said it's not broken, but it's an undeniable fact that it's not turning on.
That's fine.
Well, I don't see any connection to the case, so it doesn't matter for now. It's so interesting going through this case. This investigation and knowing what happens, and knowing the reason for all of these things. It's so cleverly written. I wish I could make something like this. You think so? Either way, something about it still bothers me. The broken e-handbook. Okay then. This should be enough to get things rolling. Let's begin our investigation in earnest, and track down the culprit. Yeah, we need to find out who killed Chihiro. To be exact, not quite. Huh? Not quite? What are you saying? What do you mean by that, Byakuya? To be exact, not quite. Certainly, I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack. Then, you really think... You truly believe Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Absolutely. I have no doubt that Genocide Jack is the culprit in this case. That murderous fiend is Genocide Jack, right?
What?
There's nobody else it could be. A murderous fiend who kills again and again, using a bizarre and brutal method. They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. And what nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? Genocide Jack. They say he's killed thousands of people, but that's gotta be an urban legend. Still, could one of us really be a demented, psychotic killer like that? You're not wrong to wonder. The words mean little right now. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you. To show me then, you assbag.
Don't make me
I have a basis to believe that, I assure you. Genocide Jack is one of us. Is there really proof? There's somewhere I'd like to take you. This will provide all the evidence you need.
It's all clear now.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro. Evidence. Does something like that really... Ah, hey you two! Big trouble! Need your help!
I don't have time to
We're
play
busy.
with you.
Leave us alone. But it's an emergency! Emergency! Come on, please! You gotta help me! What's going on, Yuna? What's happening? I have time for you all the time. This is a serious emergency. Please, please, you gotta help me! Just calm down, okay, Yuna?
I mean...
But it's an emergency! Tell me what it is, then! An emergency? What happened?
Well...
Something's wrong with Toko. She's acting super strange. Well, I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier, right? What should we do, Byakuya?
Very strange.
Since it's Toko, I must admit, I'm intrigued. I suppose we could take a second to see what's going on with her. Are you sure?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Okay, I didn't expect that. I thought for sure he'd just say no and that'd be the end of it.
Yeah!
Okay, come on, hurry! Wait for us, Hina.
Let's go.
Looks like she's headed to the dorms. To Toko's room, most likely. You're right. Let's go! Let's see what's going on. Yo. You guys are too slow. You're too fast. So, what's this emergency?
So,
Well, after what happened in the girls' locker rooms, we left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, we came back to check on her. You know, see how she was doing. But when we did, it was weird. She refused to come out, and she kept saying all this weird stuff. Weird stuff?
That's fine.
We should try talking to her ourselves. Yeah. Good idea. Coco? Are you alive? I may as well give it a shot. Bing bong. The door swung open, slowly and silently. Hey, you. Holy crap! An aura of negativity flowed out from behind the door, forcing a gasp out of me.
What?
What do you mean, what? You passed out again.
Nothing. It's just that Hina was really worried about you, pulling yourself up in your room.
Hina is so nice. Like, Toko's been nothing but a massive bitch to her the entire game, and Hina just cares so much about her and making sure that she's okay. Toko needs to respect Hina more.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, fuck you then.
Yeah, sure thing. But could you open up just for a second?
Won't allow it.
Huh?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control.
And just like that, she slammed the door in my face. What was that? She's been acting like that the whole time. When I rang a little while ago. I'll drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend. It doesn't make any sense, right? It makes perfect sense, actually. I was afraid to leave her in there alone, so I tried to bust down her door. Fucking hell, Hina. But it felt like something was holding it shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it. Toko was scared enough to even bar her own door. Does she think the same thing as Byakuya? Does she think the serial killer Genocide Jack really murdered Chihiro? I think she does. Is that why Toko's so scared?
But
Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her. Isn't there anyone who might be able to persuade her? Hi. I want a word with you. Hey, Byakuya. You think you could ask her? To come out of her room, I mean.
That's fine.
Sure, whatever. Hey, he's actually doing it. Good for him. Huh? You gonna talk to her? Byakuya, wow. I guess you can be nice when you want to. He's not doing it to be nice. Byakuya stood in front of her door, not making a sound, and pressed the doorbell. After a few moments.
what do you want?
Leave me alone. You're so annoying. Ah, back door.
It's Byakuya.
She panicked. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry. Never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again. Over that, the door slammed shut again. Even Byakuya couldn't pull it off. There's nothing else we can do. Let's get back to the investigation. Hold on! Hey Byakuya, what was Toko talking about just now? Something about a promise?
What?
Oh, I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure. But
Stop talking.
if I say I don't know, that means I don't know. Just let Hina take care of her. Oh. Yeah, okay. I'll stay here and keep an eye on her.
Let's go.
Well then, let's go. Without waiting for a reply, Byakuya sped away. Byakuya! And I hurried to catch up. Very suspicious of him. He probably wasn't expecting her to say that. If I'm right about this. Because he went up to her, and I don't know why he decided to check on her. He could have very easily said no. So, he could have just been like, I don't have time for this, I'm leaving. But he decided to go and knock on the door and try and get her to come out. I don't know. It's weird. He didn't have any reason to do that, really. I don't want to think that he cares about her at all. Like, at all. Not even a tiny bit. But that little interaction there is making me rethink that a little bit. Because obviously he doesn't like anyone. But, and I know he's using Toko a little bit. Because he's taken an interest in going and checking up on her. Which, we'll find out later why. But it's just a bit strange that he very easily could have said, no, I have no interest in seeing if she's okay. because fuck her, she's annoying. And then left. And there's not like there's anything anyone could do about it if he decides to just leave her alone. So yeah. Strange behaviour from a strange boy. I tried to talk to him several times as we walked, but he didn't even look back, let alone say anything. He just kept on walking towards his destination. Finally, his feet brought him to a stop in front of a certain room. The library? Come on, let's go in. Why are we here? Is the evidence that proves it was Genocide Jack really in the library?
Don't make me repeat myself.
There's no point in checking them, we need to find real clues. Well, why don't you find them? You clearly know where they are. If I remember, on the other side of this door, it's the archive, right? Time to get educated. Yeah. Hurry up and go inside. Okay, fine. Oh, here?
Let's go.
It'll all make sense once you're inside. Time to get serious. Whoa! There's so many books and files. No wonder this fucking nerd spends all of his time in here. There's so much dust, too.
So, in other words...
That's right, nerd. I would say there's enough value in this place to endure the dust. If you pay attention to your surroundings, you're sure to uncover the value for yourself. What happened to my screen? Did that appear on the stream? No, it did not. Okay, fine. I guess that's something that I saw. There's a wooden box. It's empty. Who cares then? Although judging by the smudges and the dust, it looks like there was something inside. I wonder what it was. There was an extension cord plugged in there. It proved very useful while I was in the library. An extension cord, huh? Suspicious. This shelf is stuffed tight with files. Without really thinking about it, I picked one at random. Ah, you have a sharp eye indeed to select that file. I just picked it at random. Huh?
That's right.
That's the report on a presidential assassination. The original is kept at the National Library. It won't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up in for peeking at it. Without making a sound, I returned the file to the shelf. I mean, oh, there's a camera in here. I was gonna say, like, who would know, but... like, they would know. They're watching me. There's even a surveillance camera here. There's a ton of thick files stuffed into the bookshelf. If you're thinking of looking through any of them, let me give you a little warning. Those things are filled with graphic, disturbing photos from all kinds of crime scenes. He loves reading them as like a pastime of his. Normal people would read like comic books or watch TV. He looks at gruesome pictures of crime scenes. It's the kind of thing any normal person wouldn't ever want to look at. Be careful. Do you care? Do you care if I get traumatized? Do you really? Huh? What do you mean? All those files there are investigation reports related to different cold cases. Those are internal documents. For police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you'd expect to leak. Oh. Okay. It's a disc lamp. His extension cord. Oh yeah, it's the same one I saw Byakuya using in the library before.
What?
Do you have a problem with that lamp? I'll bash your head in with it. It was here before, then I moved it over there. It's too dark over there, so I thought I'd put it to good use. So, are you finally beginning to understand the true splendor of this library? The entire reason I was interested in the library is because of this room, right here. It's home to classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would ever see. Isn't it magnificent? This can't be for real, right?
Such ignorance.
That's your guys' problem. Anything that doesn't fit into your preconceived reality, you label it a lie. Well, it's not that. It's just... it's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but... I mean, it's just so much. How could anyone here put all this together? I suppose it goes to show just how much power Hope's Peak truly wields. Or perhaps the mastermind may have wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored. Like real life. It's no use. I can't keep up with all this. It's just too unreal. What's wrong? You still can't believe it? What about you? How can you believe it so easily? Things like that are usually impossible.
What?
What do you mean, usually? Usual? Normal? Ordinary? Simple? Those things don't exist anywhere in the real world. If you don't understand what they actually represent, you don't understand the nature of anything. You don't pull your punches, do you? Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? But what makes you think your own common sense applies to me at all? You are severely lacking. The documents gathered here are genuine. I've reviewed them multiple times, so there's no doubt. Hold on a second. You're saying you've read all these documents? And more than once? But all this has to be, like, top secret confidential stuff, right? So why? My family has a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course, and not as dusty. Yeah, I'm sure you've got a bigger everything, don't you? Huh? Members of the Togami family have access to any variety of government-related documents. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic. How is that possible?
So, in other words...
I already told you. There's a secret council that controls the ward from the shadows. My family is a member of that council. And I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. But to become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world, backwards and forwards. So whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Which is why I can proclaim, without a doubt, that the materials gathered here are the real thing. This is beyond believing or not believing. Byakuya is actually starting to scare me more than the actual mastermind. And what always interested me the most were the cold case police investigation reports. Reading through those reports has always been my hobby of mine, ever since I was little. It's excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of these cases just by reviewing the reports. Imagine there being someone like that. He could make an excellent cop in that case. I mean, he's definitely got the fucking shitty attitude for it. And among all those reports, one of my recent favourites is the Genocide Jack case. As he talked, Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf.
That's right.
This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Genocide Jack case has been compiled in here. Because there are so many, allow me to quickly summarise the main points. To begin, there are two notable characteristics in every Genocide Jack murder. The first characteristic is that at every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. And the second is that when the victims are murdered, their bodies are suspended in a certain way. Bloodlust is written in blood, and the victim's body is suspended. It's exactly the same as what happened to Chihiro. Save your surprise. The best part is yet to come. The second characteristic, where the victims are suspended, the only ones who knew about that particular fact were members of the police and other higher-ups. By all accounts, nobody in the media ever found out. Surely they would find out something like that, though. I mean, it's a pretty simple... it would be such a simple thing to find out. There's gotta be, like, people and paparazzi and stuff taking pictures of crime scenes and, like, somebody coming across a corpse like that. It would be pretty simple. It'd be pretty difficult in the supposedly thousands of murders that Genocide Jack has committed that the police couldn't have cordoned off the crime scene and stopped members of the general public or paparazzi or media or whoever from getting in there and at least seeing it. It would be really difficult to hide such a fact. Unless they took the body down from its suspension immediately. But they need to take pictures of it first, right? I don't know, it seems a bit strange. In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect of each crime. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about this act of mounting the victim. Now, if you recall Chihiro's corpse, her body was most certainly mounted up in this fashion. So how could the killer have known about suspending the victim?
That's right.
That's the key question. It had to have been them. But in fact, the answer is quite simple.
So in other words...
The culprit isn't a copycat killer. It's the real Genocide Jack.
In other words...
That right there is the evidence that Genocide Jack has hidden himself amongst the rest of us. Then, Genocide Jack really is... Such a brutal, fiendish killer really is walking amongst us.
Interesting.
Things are really starting to get interesting, aren't they? I never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become part of our little game. Now don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what I've already seen? You might just manage to ferret out a clue or two.
Such ignorance.
If you get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. I'm good actually, I don't need you doing that for me. Byakuya, about the Genocide Jack case file. Could you let me see it?
That's fine.
Well, you didn't beg, but I guess it's okay this time. Feel free to look at it in here, but you can't take it with you. Man, why not? He's so arrogant. Ugh. Oh, I want to suplex him into like a glass table and break it. You know what I mean? I want to sling him into the air and throw him. I want to rugby tackle him into a pool of water and wet all of his clothes. I don't want anything too bad to happen to him. I just want him to be so inconvenienced and annoyed. Because fuck him. Byakuya handed me the file and I flipped through it with tense, nervous fingers. Suddenly my hand stopped. I'd reached the page where photos from the scene, ugh, I don't know where that word came from the scene of each crime had all been collected. Oof. Gruesome. The names of Genocide Jack's victims ran on for several pages. The murder took place in the parking lot of the victim's apartment complex. The victim suffered multiple stab wounds across his body, believed to have been inflicted with the same scissors that were later used to attach the victim to the wall. As with the other cases, at the scene of the crime the word bloodlust was written in the victim's blood. Interesting. Ken Harada, 32. Tetsuhiro Honda, 17. Shoji Gaku, 23. Kano Issei, 14. Takeshi Yoshida, 30. Kamatsuna Taro, Takafumi Gono, Uchida Naohisa, Takeshi Masamune, Yuto Yumejima. There was no end to it. But one thing became perfectly clear as I read. All of the killer's countless victims were killed and suspended exactly the same way. At the scene of every murder, the word bloodlust was left in the victim's own blood. Now take a look at the next page, and you'll find another interesting tidbit. In the next page? Profiling results. All of the crimes took place either on weekdays at night or during holidays, either day or night. The most common time for the killings to take place was on holidays in the afternoon. Based on these facts, it could be suggested that the suspect may be a student. Every evidence suggests that the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness has never come forward, it's unlikely there was any external reason for this. This confused behaviour suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder.
So, in other words...
The key point here is that the culprit may well have a split personality. A split personality? Like the kind of thing you see on TV. No, real people have this too. So I'm part of another totally unbelievable story. No. Fuck off, Makoto. This fucking whole plot point is so annoying. Bothers me. But this one is way more unbelievable than anything else up till now. Well, maybe it really isn't. I don't know. I feel like my mind is gone numb. Me right now. Genocide Jack's case file.
Let's go.
Alright, we should get going soon. Huh? Where are we going? Anywhere but here. We finished our business here, haven't we? Oh wait, Byakuya. He keeps leaving without me. Maybe if I hold his hand, maybe then he will stop running off without me. As usual, Byakuya turned and left without another word. I hurried out of the library to catch up. Well, this is where we part ways. I have some things I need to take care of before the class trial. Yeah? Just all of a sudden, like that?
I don't have time to play with
Come
you.
on, enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Do you really think we'd be together the whole time? But, oh. Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. And just like that, he was gone. Just as quickly as he'd asked me to join him, he cut me off. Damn it. Oh. In the end, I felt like I was just some plaything getting tossed around. That's so sad, Makoto. That's so sad. At the same time, I'd uncovered some really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack. He's the one that killed Chihiro. And that murderous fiend is one of us. But who is it? If it's not immensely obvious by now, I have to find that out, no matter what it takes. And to do that, there's somewhere I have to go investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene, the girls' locker room, the boys' locker room too. And the others might have come up with some info I might find useful while I'm at it. I need to find out everything I can. So that's very interesting. I don't know, because there's some stuff that we don't know yet, or at least you guys don't. So I don't really want to say too much right now until we find out who Genocide Jack's identity is. So I'm just gonna leave it, I think. But I find his interest in the Genocide Jack case to be kind of telling. You know what I mean? Oh hey! Ding ding ding! Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit.
I feel as if...
Another stat increase for me. Evidence? What did you find? I cannot reveal that just yet. But I guarantee that what I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs. Are you sure about that? Oh yeah. Ms. Ludenberg said she'd witnessed something worthwhile too. Really? What did she say?
Well,
She refused to tell me. It's like when a girl believes the boy she likes, right? Right? Okay, so where is Celeste now? The warehouse by the dorms. She was there, but at the same time, not there. So what's it gonna be? Alright, but I need to look in these rooms a little more. Is Kyoko still in here? Oh, thank God. Hey Kyoko, have you made any progress on your investigation? Generally speaking.
however,
But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of. Something besides the investigation? What is it?
well,
Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder. But
so then,
before I go, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time. Thoroughly. Also, her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success. With that, Kyoko turned and left the girls' locker room. I guess I'll take another look at the body then. And Chihiro's handbook is missing? That's definitely worth worrying about. Chihiro's e-handbook. Suspicious. Hello. Kyoko said I should examine the body one more time. I know she said thoroughly, but I do have my limits. Well, I'd better give it a shot anyway. Let's see. Chihiro's hands are bound with what looks like some kind of rope. The rope was used to prop her up in a kind of crucifix position. Huh? The rope has a plug. Wait, so then this isn't a rope at all. But the more I think about it, the more that's not the only thing that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury was a blow to the head, which means someone struck her in the head in order to kill her. That's right. There's the issue of her being suspended and the fatal blow. At first I didn't see any reason to think too much about either of them. But that's not how Genocide Jack operates. Seeing them again after looking through the Genocide Jack file, something's not quite right. Yes, Chihiro should have scissors through her hands. What does this all mean? So what Byakuya said about it being identical to the Genocide Jack cases and not being a copycat is wrong, because it isn't the same way Genocide Jack would do things. It's different. So it could easily be somebody else. And it was so obvious to me when he first said that, and then I found Chihiro's corpse suspended like that, that I was like, okay, so it's not Jack. The true nature of the rope that was used to suspend Chihiro. And to figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit and look over again. Plus, it might help to look at the Genocide Jack case file one more time. The word bloodlust is written on the wall in blood, just like in all those other Genocide Jack cases. At every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. There's a blood stain on the carpet. It could only have been caused by Chihiro's murder. It's the bloodstained poster. The blood is the most noteworthy part, but the big-breasted swimsuit model is pretty noticeable too. The girls' locker room doesn't seem like the kind of place you'd find something like this. How you guys doing? Yeah, okay. So that's everything in here. Now we need to search the boys' locker room. Because you never know. Might be important. What's this? A different poster? Huh. This poster. It's a popular boy band called Tornado. They could even easily use those designs for for another game of theirs. Hell, they might even be from another game of theirs. Be an interesting little Easter egg. Somehow it doesn't quite seem to fit in the boys' locker room. Oh, but wait, that reminds me. The poster in the other room is... That's right. There's definitely something strange about it. In the boys' locker room, there's a poster of a popular boy band. In the girls' locker room, there's a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model. Could the posters have been switched? But if they were, why? What reason would anyone have? Maybe I should talk to someone who knows a little more about the locker rooms. Suspicious. That surveillance was off? No, Monokuma's always watching. He just won't say who it was because he wants us to figure it out. Not every room is being surveillanced though, I will say that. There are some rooms without cameras in them, and that'll be an important plot point later. There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Interesting. Let's go back in the girls' room to see what oh, this is not the girls' room. This is a pool. I don't want to be in here. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, for me. I want to talk to Celeste in a minute. I'm gonna go find her. Hey, Chihiro, how you hanging? How's it hanging? You spend a lot of time exercising in the girls' locker rooms, right, Sakura?
Of course.
I've used it nearly every day since it opened up. Sometimes Hina and I use it together. Okay, let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys' and girls' locker rooms could have been switched?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't really say. I never really paid any attention to the posters. I see.
However...
But there is something that's been bothering me about the locker rooms. You see, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. We have protein coffee? In the warehouse. It's not the highest quality, but I don't have a lot of other options. I mix protein powder with coffee and down a glass of it after exercising. Anyway, the other day I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room, and it left a stain. A stain? But I don't see any stain on the carpet now.
Of course.
Exactly. I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I can only assume someone came along and cleaned it up. But still, isn't it unusually clean? As if there was never a stain here to begin with. I mean, the stain was kind of right where this bloodstain is, so it could easily have been covered up. But I'll go and check again in the men's room. Yeah, it's kind of right where the bloodstain is. Maybe more so in the corner. Because if you look at it, it would have been a bit further up, more in the middle, right? Yeah, it's more centered. Okay, fair enough. It's more in the corner of the stain. So it seems like the carpets and the posters were both switched. Fascinating. Let's go back to Celeste and see what she has to say about all this. Also, I'm playing this one-handed, which is difficult to say the least, because I'm holding my mic. If I'm too far away from my microphone, I'm really quiet. Hey, Tucker. Maybe we should have confessed our embarrassing secrets after all. Damn it! I'm sorry, Chihiro. It's all because I wasn't strong enough. Oh, don't blame yourself, man. Yo. What you gotta say? Celeste, what are you doing here? This warehouse is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food to clothes to towels. There's an endless supply to choose from. I see that. But have you found anything related to the case?
Most
I
unfortunate.
knew you were going to ask me that. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless. And then you did find something. Very well, I will tell you. And only you.
Actually,
Last night, I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse. What? Really?
indeed.
It was right before nighttime.
What are you doing out this late?
Oh, I was just...
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps?
What? How did you know?
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
Yes, indeed.
I assumed she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this would have ever happened. You get what you deserve, I suppose. So apparently, she went to the girls' locker room late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing. The strange thing is, there was no trace of the track jacket or duffel Celeste said she saw Chihiro carrying, which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow. Let's go see if Toko's still alive. I want a word with you, shorty. Ooh, fuck, how do you play this game? Okay, so Hina's got something to say. And she's in the kitchen like usual. She's always where the food is. I can't blame her. I respect that. Yo, how's Toko doing? Yep. God damn it. Me and Makoto are sharing a brain cell right now. Same as before. She won't come out. She just keeps mumbling something about Genocide Jack. So I just left her there. You left her? See what I mean about that laugh being the most adorable thing ever? My head was all swimmy, and I was getting pretty hungry.
Yeah!
Oh, but don't worry, I'm gonna head back as soon as I'm done eating. Toko is not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. That's because you have a heart of gold. You are pure and I love you. Speaking of which, what are you eating?
Huh?
A donut, of course. Of course. There are two things I'm sure God created. Outer space and donuts. Really? I bet Chihiro would have liked to eat more donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret. I should have tried to spend more time with her. Come to think of it, who did she spend time with?
Well...
Yeah, she was a little bit strange. Didn't really hang out with the other girls that much. It was like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Poor Chihiro. Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even though you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
Yeah, totally.
Yep, it's true. And it wasn't just us either. It was like she stayed away from all of the girls. Was she just shy? I don't know. She talked to the boys all the time. Isn't it kind of weird to be shy around your own sex but totally fine with the opposite sex? No, it isn't actually that weird at all, in my opinion, but, oh. Oh wait, maybe. Maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right? Does it say that? I don't know about that. You think so? I never really saw her as that kind of girl. Okay, it says I've got to go talk to Celeste again. Maybe there's something else she has to say. Woman. I'm not done with you yet.
Actually,
Chihiro's in the house. Wait, really? He's right before nighttime.
Oh,
are you planning?
what?
Because I can see a blue.
Oh, you're. Well,
Yes.
Well, anyway. Maybe I should go to the bathhouse actually, there might be something in here. From what I can recall from the last time I played this. Stop fucking up my phone. Okay. Oh yeah, the library! I need to go back and check, I forget. My bad, I forgot completely about the extension cord that I found. Where did Byakuya go then? There's a thick layer of dust on top of the desk. Maybe there's some kind of clue here. Guess not. Huh? The lamp won't turn on. Oh, I see. It's not plugged in. The lamp's cord isn't long enough to reach the outlet from here. The last time I saw it, it was definitely on. It was definitely right here. That's right. Byakuya was using an extension cord. But there's no extension cord here now. It's because it's wrapped around Chihiro's wrist, that's why. I wonder if... Is there something I'm missing? I can't remember. I didn't think it would let me leave. This land. Byakuya grabbed that one thing from over here and put it over there. Sure it's dark over there. I want to take another look at Genocide Jack's case file. I know it was around here somewhere. Huh? It's gone. Did someone take it out of the archive? I'm the only one who would do something like that. I can't think of anyone but Byakuya. Ah, shit. Trial time.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in? It's the moment you've all been waiting for! The class trial! You remember where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
Begin the class trial, or it's about to begin. The red door is right through here. Here we go, this fucking trial. Hey y'all. Ahem. So, is everyone ready to... What? Am I blind or are we missing someone?
Yo.
Yeah, Toko's not here. And Toko is... You really don't remember? Kidding, I'm just kidding. How can I forget that little nutjob? She's a crucial part of the class trial this time.
What are you gonna do?
Okie dokie. I'll go ahead and drag her out here kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please. And just like he said, a few minutes later, he reappeared dragging Toko behind him. I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe you would drag a girl around. Terrible. You're terrible. Phew. So now everyone's here, right? Okay then. Hustle onto the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
I wonder where he goes when he sinks to the floor like that. He just vanishes. So, shall we get going? It's time to find out who killed Chihiro. Chihiro Fujisaki. She was so gentle. So calm and meek. Nobody had any problems with her. Someone made the choice to kill a girl like that. And that murderer is one of us. Someone standing right here. Yo.
Hey, come on.
Fucking Toko, man. What's got her so worked up? Yeah, right? Miss Fujisaki. I must admit, for being 3D, she was quite remarkable. Of course, just the idea of 3D makes me cringe. I don't know why the killer did what they did, but I'm sure it'll work itself out. Justice always prevails, right bro? Mm-hmm.
Shall we go?
Shall we begin? She just wants to get on with it, dude.
Well
I will uncover the villain who performed such heinous acts on a weaker individual. You ready? We doing this? Alright, she's stressed. Makes sense. There's something odd about Toko's behavior. I do not think mere shock is enough to explain it. I don't want to talk to you. Shut up. Oh no! Fuck off, Celeste. Please, I just want to talk to you. That's all I've ever wanted. I guess I wasn't much help at all on this one. I gave you plenty to work with. Show us how far your logic can take you. God damn it. Shut up. We have no choice, right? We have to do this.
It's true.
Yes. I gave a small nod in reply. With one last deep breath, I walked towards the elevator on shaky legs. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions. Couldn't stop speculating. The steel box sank with heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. And as we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation. Until finally, it came to a sudden stop. What do you think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting? Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with. Good, good. You're a rip roaring to go. Gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all.
Well,
Okay then, let's get the show on the road.
thrills,
Everyone,
chills,
please,
thrills.
find your assigned seats. And so the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. He says that every time. It's not cool. It's not any more cool than the first time you did it. Here we go. I love these. I love the class trials. I'll probably read what these are. What don't I have? Oop. Increases bullet capacity. During bullet time battle. I don't need that, that's fine. Okay, let's have a look at what we got. I do really like this trial. Jack the Ripper. Yeah, let's just start. Let's just go. Alright.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial.
And I can rest my voice.
Your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one,
As long as you're alright.
then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay then. So, first off, let's talk about the murder weapon!
First we have to make clear what was used to deliver the fatal blow. We know what it was. It's the fucking giant dumbbell.
Chihiro's fatal injury.
You told me earlier that you thought
It
Hyaki
appears it
was
was
being
a
super
head
suspicious.
According to the Monokuma
Which he is being
the
very
killer
suspicious.
used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been? I bet it was an iron pipe. Interesting. That certainly would make for a powerful weapon.
There's no pipe anywhere. Hero, what do you think? No, the weapon that was used to kill Chihiro must have been in the locker room. It's gonna be someone strong enough to use the dumbbell as a weapon. Good point. Very good point.
Chihiro's fatal injury.
How do I play again?
It appears it was a head wound.
Oh, what the fuck did I
According
press?
to the Monokuma file,
Ah.
the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
Wait, what do you mean? Oh no, it was what Hero said, wasn't it?
Chihiro's fatal injury.
Dumbass.
It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been? I bet it was an iron pipe.
Nope.
No, that's wrong.
The return of the no, that's wrong.
Can we
Why is he
agree
freaking
that
out?
the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found at the scene of the crime?
You could point to Sakura, but she doesn't seem like the kind of person to off Chihiro. No, definitely not. She's too, like, nice and honorable.
It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell. As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Well, yeah.
Yay!
She's weird.
That's so creepy!
Don't worry, Kyoko gets way creepier.
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit.
You're awfully eager.
Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
What? For real?
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
Genocide Jack. The fiendish serial killer. She would kill Cheerios if she's a serial killer. Did he really kill Chihiro? A new element has been added. Oh god, no, please, no, god, no, please. Not more. Oh no, not the white noise, no. No. Don't do this to me now. I forget how early in the game this bullshit starts happening. Yeah, I know. Okay, fine. The Genocide Jack case file, I'm guessing, right? See what they
The
have to say.
culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, damn it.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean,
He's not willing to hear anyone out, ever.
there's just no proof for it.
Hey, so, speaking of Genocide Jack, I don't know who that is!
Oh yeah, we never told any of these other characters, did we? The evidence that shows Genocide Jack is related to the case, it has to be...
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure.
Shoot you in the
Case
face.
closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no proof for it.
Oh, there is.
No,
I have like a 300-page document on it.
I might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library.
You didn't really find it.
I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth, so let's forget about that for now. More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
I love his voice. It's so good.
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
Can you imagine?
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
That would be a very funny thing for Jack to
What
write.
the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
Oh, here we go. I completely forgot about the fact that he's so smart and knows everything, and he makes me, right, say everything. Like, thanks. I hate you.
I got it!
Oh,
Apparently,
you suck.
in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way.
He writes too much fanfic. He is the ultimate fanfic creator. I would be upset if he didn't write that much fanfic. But even so.
So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it? There's only one logical answer I can think of. It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
No fucking way!
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
They're all surprised. I forgot that we never told any of them this. It was just Byakuya and me who know all this shit.
Yes, in fact, it's Toko.
What?
Oh, what a
Genocide
shit.
Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
He says it so matter of fact.
What? Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has, like, bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What
Oh,
kind
you
of
know.
serial killer is afraid of blood?
Never change.
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle? Man, why is this gotta be so complicated?
It does seem like a riddle in a way, but I feel like I can just about see it. Genocide Jack is Toko, but isn't Toko. What does it mean? Okay. can it mean? It's not like she'd already. Oh my god, not this. Not this. No, not this. This pissed me off so much. No! Not this. This awful, awful Hangman's Gambit. This absolutely atrocious crime against fucking humanity. Absolutely awful. Awful, 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 awful. Oh. Give me the word.
Now I understand.
Blodophobia.
Is it because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
Oh, I forgot how fucking annoying it. I forgot completely. It was one of the biggest things that pissed me off, and somehow I managed to forget it entirely. This is what I was going to talk about. The ableism of Trial 2. It's worse than the other problematic aspect of this trial. And I'm not just saying that because I know more about the topic. It really is awful. It's awful. Schizo is a fucking insult. It's like if she had autism and then this Hangman's Gambit was like a retard. You know? It's like, oh, she has dissociative identity disorder. Not only is schizo an insulting thing to call someone, she doesn't have schizophrenia. She has dissociative identity disorder. They're two completely different conditions. They're nothing alike. They don't display the same. They don't have any remotely similar symptoms. Schizophrenia is psychosis. Dissociative identity disorder is having multiple alters. It's ignorance at its finest. It's so bad. It's the most insulting part of this whole trial, was that use of the Hangman's Gambit. So I believe it was a 6-letter word. So yeah, it was. 6-letter word. So I believe what classes borderline personality disorder? Personality disorders aren't like dissociative identity disorder. It was called multiple personality disorder at one point, but that isn't really correct because the name implies something different. They're not different personalities, they're different people entirely, living inside of the same body. So, BPD is classified under, I believe they're cluster B personality disorders. So personality disorders are a whole separate thing from schizophrenia, and a whole separate thing from DID. They're all different things. I mean, you still hear people refer to people with dissociative identity disorder as having a split personality, but it doesn't really have anything to do with personality. It has something to do with different people living inside of the same host body. These alters can have different personalities, but they're not the same people. They're different people. So Toko and Jack are two different people. They're two different characters. Not the same thing, really. And so the misinformation that is peddled in this fucking trial about this condition, this heavily stigmatized condition, and we've got to remember, at this point in time, the vast majority of representation of characters with DID is they have a serial killing split personality. It's one person, and they have a serial killing alter ego, right? This is not the case. A lot of the time, your alter can be somebody who's completely different from you. A lot of the time, people have alters that are different sexuality, gender, race, personality from who they actually are. It's a very strange condition. But it's more of a Jekyll and Hyde thing, which is it's where a lot of the stigma comes from regarding DID. Because a lot of people think DID means you have one other alter, when in actuality you can have many. You can have as many as 20 if you want. Lots of people have more than one alter. Or there's more than two people living inside the body. So, first of all, and that's in the majority of cases. So it's already a little bit unrealistic for Toko to only have one alter. But in this case, it's fine. It's possible, and it can happen. So I'm not gonna have too big of an issue with it. But it would make it would be more interesting to have her have multiple different ones. But in this case, she doesn't. Also, Genocide Jack is very similar to her in that she is, you know, same gender, same kind of presentation. So it's a little bit boring and a little bit done to death, and you see a lot of the time, and it just adds to the stigma of it, is that DID is that condition where you have a serial killing alter ego, when in actuality most alters are perfectly ordinary people, just like they would be if they weren't alters and they had their own bodies. So really, it's just that she's just, as much as I love Toko and Jack, both, and I love Jack, she's one of my favourites, she's very funny, but she's awful rep, she really is, for an already stigmatised condition. And it would be fine if they were trying to be ironic with it, but they really aren't. Even though they mention, you know, having it, like, be a stigma, they play the trope straight, really. They really do. So, yeah, it's just really frustrating to me that the schizo thing, the fact that it's just another person with a DID as a serial killer, crazy lunatic person, just done to death, just frustrating, just offensive, just awful.
I think I read that somewhere in the file too. They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
See, they say it here. So, what the fuck? Why, if they had wanted to be... I'm pretty sure this was translated in 2014. I'm pretty sure. 2012 or 2014, one or the other. I always get the two numbers confused. But I believe in the Japanese version, they use the actual term for dissociative identity disorder. Now, I'm not exactly sure how the Hangman's Gambit works in Japanese, because they would probably have to use... They would have you clicking on characters, not letters. Which... Characters mean syllables, not letters. There are no characters that correlate to certain letters, but rather certain words. So the word might be a little bit longer in the Japanese version, but even so, why didn't they just use alter or split if they wanted to still be archaic about it? Why did they have to say schizo? I mean, alter might be asking a little bit too much, because I don't know how recently we started using that terminology to refer to people with DID. But why not split them? Because it's less offensive than schizo, and it's the term that they're using in this game is that Toko has a split personality. So why not just use that? It's still an archaic, offensive term if you want to be archaic and offensive. You know, if you're just so desperate to say something offensive to someone. But it would still make more sense than fucking schizo. At least then it would be relating to the actual disorder that she has. But no. Schizo. Blow my brains out. I couldn't fucking believe it when I first saw it. Because it wasn't until after I had played the game that I started doing research on DID. Because anything for my girl Toko, right? But... held for ableism! Held for ableism! They're not letting you post that. See, even Twitch is like, schizo is ableist. Oops, I swore. It's because you said schizo. They can't handle it. Even Twitch is like, nah, that's too much. What were they thinking? What were the translators thinking? Unfucking believable. I feel like if they re-released this game, they would change it up to be less offensive. Well, you'd think so, but when I first played this, it was the Switch version, which came out in, I believe, 2021 or 2022. but they never changed the language in any kind of patch. So, as recently as a couple years ago when they re-released the game for the Switch, which is what I was playing it on originally, they're still using that term. They never changed it. Unless they made a remaster, where they changed the game completely, but they wouldn't do that. They're just, the game is stylized, so it wouldn't need a remaster. And it's just awful, awful. And this isn't even as far as it goes, because other characters, Byakuya especially in a minute, acts quite ableist towards her, and just the way that they start treating Toko in general is a bit fucked up. I know that she's got a serial killing alter ego, but... And it's hard to ask because it's still, even to this day, a very misunderstood condition. But... And it's hard to ask a bunch of teenagers to treat somebody with BID with respect, because again, stigmatized condition, misunderstood, they're kids. It's a bit of a tall order, but even so, it's uncomfortable. And after I did dissociative identity disorder research, I knew a little bit more about the actual terms we should be using, but even when I first played this, not knowing a great deal about conditions like BID and schizophrenia and stuff like that, I knew that the word schizo was not the term to use. That was not right. It disgusted me when I first saw it, and only after learning more about the condition did it make me irrationally angry to see that there. You could just argue that they're teens who lack tact. Yeah, you could. So, I imagine Byakuya would probably know better, but then he'd probably intentionally try and upset her. So, and everybody else is just an ignoramus.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
perfectly acceptable.
No, it's not. No, actually.
Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
The one thing that shows Toko could have had a split personality, it has to do with her behavior. Yeah, it changed. Yep, he just said that.
You're talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
It's not something that happened before, and it's not something that will ever happen ever again. I'm fine. Whoa, is that a dead body? Hey, you dead? She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. Yeah, she started saying some weird shit. This is quite concerning. Yep.
She was
Seen that
acting
before.
funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Ugh.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tongue without permission.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can't handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control. I'll drive out the killer, drive out the murderous fiend.
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How?
Yeah. How can you know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story.
You never should have done that.
She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
That's really sad. That right there is very sad.
What?
You promised! I can't believe you lied!
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale.
Yep, that was fucking cold.
Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise,
I'm sorry. I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry. Never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control again.
You said if I kept my promise, you would go out with me. That's the only reason I promised.
how
So
many times
sad.
do I
She's
have
so-
to tell you? I never said that.
She's such a wet cat. She's a soggy wet blanket.
But you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
God, knowing now what happened to Chihiro, him saying all of this is even more dickheadish than it was the first time I played this.
I tried. I swear I tried to control it. But
Oh god, it hurts. It hurts to watch. It hurts to watch this.
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
It's interesting that she says that. I hate you. She must be genuinely angry at him.
The person you don't mean.
Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. A huge thud echoed across the courtroom. But in the next second... Here she is! My girl!
Hello there! Is it me you were hoping to see?
What the heck?
Yeah, get away from her, Hifumi.
So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
Toko, what happened to you?
Not Toko, that's a loser name, and what happened is a textbook split personality! So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
So intense.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body!
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie.
She is fantastic. I love her.
Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
This is the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack? This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
Very Monokuma.
What's up?
She's an angel, dude. Look at her.
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation.
Actually, that
What are
right
your thoughts
there.
on that?
That little interaction that we just had there between them, probably the reason why I love her so much. Like, she's a crazy serial killing lunatic, and yet Hifumi has a question and she just politely is like, oh yeah, what's up? How can I help you? Like, she's really friendly. She doesn't have to be, but she's super cordial and friendly.
Well, I'll tell you, I am the mastermind of all masterminds! Just kidding!
Then it it's not true?
No, of course it isn't. She's too dumb to be
Of
nice.
course it's not true. How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid?
Thank God we have this sequence because it's genuinely funny and it's cheering me up after the ableism of 5 minutes ago.
And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless. I mean, they just let this idiotic bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town.
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that. Toko does have the same voice as Makoto. I think she and Jack have different voice actresses though. I'm pretty sure. At least in English. But yeah. I thought I recognized it. She does sound very much like Makoto.
It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone. Just kidding again!
No, she's right. I like how everyone is like, this is not what we expected Jack to be like. They're all in stunned silence at the way she's behaving.
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
No motive.
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined. So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit.
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
Well, you should, because she's insane. Look at the way she's behaving. She's definitely the type of person who would gleefully admit when she killed someone. She would not sit here and be like, well, that wasn't me. Especially considering it was so obvious. It's got her fingerprints, metaphorically speaking, all over the crime scene. With her calling card, the way she positions the body. It's all there. And yet she's saying she didn't do it. I believe her.
Yeah. I could never believe a word you say, you monster!
Even, yeah, Makoto's like, yeah, there's something ain't right. Maybe. Maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. What she said. I need to get some more details about all of this. Here we go. The status of the body, right?
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone!
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking!
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely. What more proof do we need? Give it up. You killed her.
Is Genocide Jack really the killer? I feel like something doesn't match up. It doesn't.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone!
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking!
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely.
Ah, you fuck.
What more proof do we need? Give it up. You killed her.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone!
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh?
Control
now we're
stuff.
talking!
Why
When
is
you
it working?
compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches.
No, it's wrong. Are the methods of murder really exactly the same? I'm not so sure about that.
No, they're not.
I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Show me the case file.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage, let me tell you! I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee. This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense.
She kind of treats her murders as a form of artwork, almost.
There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
She's like, yeah, I didn't draw this. There's one clear difference. It's the victim's fatal injury.
For one, the cause of death is different.
Jack wouldn't wallop somebody with a fucking dumbbell.
In the Genocide Jack murders, all the victims were killed the same way. According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors. But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method?
Makoto can be so fucking smart when he wants to be.
And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right. In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce.
If it was Jack, the weapon would be at the scene. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's what she just said. The arrangement of the body.
Could you please stop
I mean,
comparing killing people to cooking?
she pins people to the wall with scissors, a la crucifix. But Chihiro was tied up.
So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
You're absolutely right. It's what was used to suspend her. The second difference is related to how she was suspended.
Do you remember what the killer used to suspend her? They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
It's not a rope. We've established this. It's not a rope.
What's your point?
Well, in all the previous
My point is, look
Genocide
at the
Jack
fucking
cases,
case files, you
something
idiot.
else was used to suspend them.
You guys have eyes and e-handbooks.
Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement. Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's two differences.
Haha.
Wrong.
Big Mac. I love that.
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
She's so funny. She's fantastic.
My
She means
word,
everything to me.
You really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case. There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
A pattern?
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Let's see. There was a pattern surrounding the Genocide Jack victims, and Chihiro didn't fit it. I think I figured it out. I know why she couldn't have killed Chihiro. Because Chihiro was a girl.
Is it because Chihiro was a girl?
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
Yep, they're all men.
They were all guys?
That's right! The people I kill with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men. I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
The hell is wrong with you?
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the mopey side of me just hates it. But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid. I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line. That's the absolute reality of a one and only.
She is a professional serial killer. Like, she's not a butcher. She wouldn't just kill people for fun. She has a very specific set of rules that she follows when she kills, and if those rules can't be followed, she would just simply not kill. She's not crazy. She would rather not kill than kill if she can't do it the way that she wants to.
We get it.
You know what I
You've
mean?
clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it.
She's proven you wrong right now, brother.
It's a different matter entirely, when you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Not really.
Quiet, lowly cur!
Lowly cur?
He can't believe it. He can't believe what he's hearing.
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival.
You see his face.
And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect.
Yep.
That does make some amount of sense.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class envy of the entire world scissors!
Oh, she amuses me greatly.
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
A lot of serial killers have rules, right? That's kind of their thing. Calculated rather than frenzy. I mean, that's kind of what sets serial killers apart from regular killers, is that they have kind of a modus operandi, I believe is what Byakuya called it. A method of operating. So, if they don't fit that, they would rather not kill. And Jack is definitely one of those. And yes, you're absolutely right, calculated rather than frenzied. They put thought into what they're doing, as opposed to just... I mean, she is the ultimate murderous fiend. She's a professional serial killer. She is the ultimate in what she does. There is no better serial killer than her. I mean, there's this huge case file full of victims, and yet Jack's never been caught once. Especially when you consider the fact that she switches back to Toko, and then Toko sees the bloody corpse in front of her, panics, and runs away. And yet, even with the fact that now Toko's in control and is the one who has to escape the scene of the crime, Jack's never been caught. They have no idea who's done it. So even with all of the people Jack's been killing, and even with the fact that she defers back to Toko after she's done it, she's never been caught. She is extremely good at what she does for having, and it's not just that she's never been caught. The police don't really have any leads other than it's a student and they probably have the ID. That's really nothing. Hell, they think it's a man doing it because they're all referring to. I mean, they call her Genocide Jack, a man's name. So they're definitely under the impression that it's some teen boy, probably. Or a college student, a male. So she is very calculated. Even though she seems like crazy and like a lunatic and a little bit dumb, she knows how to kill. She knows exactly what she's doing when it comes to killing people. Dexter only kills other killers or criminals that he deems worthy of being killed. So, yeah, she's, yeah, a little bit like Dexter. And like Jack the Ripper. Who, yeah, they all have patterns as well. I believe Jack only killed women. Very interesting looking into Jack the Ripper's case, because they came so close to catching him. In fact, it's even suspected that the police talked to him sometimes when asking for like witnesses or questioning people on the street. It's suspected that they even went and spoke to him at one point, and then just didn't realize that they were talking to him, and he got away. So it might have even happened to Toko at some point, because she's a teenager in the vicinity, a high school student. Maybe she would have some kind of knowledge about the local corpse. So, again, even more telling to Genocide Jack's talent at killing that she's never been caught in such a regard.
Are you sure about that?
She's fully equipped!
That's right! So I can kill anywhere, anytime! Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side? Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong! You can't, can you? Gutter dogs, all of you! Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot! So rope's totally out of the question anyway!
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
Don't say she's innocent. She's not guilty. Innocent and not guilty are two very different things. She is not guilty of this crime. She is not innocent.
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
You would be a terrible member of the jury, Tucker. Were his victims or prostitutes? I don't actually know. I think they were. Which might have had something to do with why the cops didn't really care that much. Or why they weren't in such a hurry to find them. But they were all lower class women. I don't think he killed anyone of any actual importance. Which is a horrible thing to say, I realise, but no aristocrats were killed by Jack the Ripper. And I don't know very much about like the Yorkshire Ripper or anything like that, so I know he operated in the 80s, wasn't it? 70s or 80s?
Yeah! That's why we figured it had to be the real deal, and not some copycat killer or whatever.
Actually, hold on. There is one person. There is one person who could have copied the Genocide Jack case. It's the only other person besides the police who knew about it. It was exactly the reason. I'm not sure if he killed prostitutes too until he killed 2 students, and then the police took him seriously. Well, isn't that just such a surprise, huh? It's why a lot of killers target lower class, particularly women, and prostitutes, is because they can get their fix, and also the police don't give a shit. The police, it's such an epidemic, they really do not care when prostitutes die. It's why serial killers can bump up their numbers so quickly and so effectively. Because no one... It's not that they don't know what's happening, it's that they don't realise, you know, oh, who could this killer be? It's that they don't care enough to look into it. And like you say, he killed 2 students, 2 important people who might go somewhere in life, and now it seems like it's an issue. But yes, the one person who knew about the Genocide Jack case aside from the police, the same one who told me. Wait, what? Oh, fuck. Are you lost in thought or something? Sorry, my bad. Hurry up and say something, you human snail. Don't talk to me like that. It hurts my feelings. I was talking to my chat. He hurt my feelings. I hate you. I'm gonna shoot you in the face. You douchebag.
Byakuya, it's possible you could have found out, isn't it? You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents. or internal police records. Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
Yeah, I know Mom lived. I don't think she lived in the exact area, did she? Bradford? But she lived in Yorkshire at the time when the Yorkshire Killer was active. She was also frequently going home at night by herself. So that was smart of her.
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Not quite. But yeah, sure. We'll go with that.
Then, the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
So,
You sure did.
rearrange the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it. The adorable glasses man was behind it all. Oh, I'm on fire!
Settle down, you.
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Well, right from the beginning, since you were the one that found me and corralled me into the girls' locker room before I even had a chance to do anything.
Looking back and thinking about it now, the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
He died of COVID! Ah, fucking loser. What a dweeb. What a cringe lord. And the locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Wouldn't you agree? Well, they're literally just rooms. Huh? Suspicious? It seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room, where the corpse just happens to be.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say?
Yeah.
The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
You didn't know that there was a body in there. You didn't know it was Chihiro, specifically.
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
I'd say everything strange about that.
On the contrary, there's something very strange.
Makoto, you so smart, you my boy.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
There's a clear contradiction in what Byakuya just said. I need to make it clear to everyone. A new element, oh god no, oh god no, oh god no. Oh no, is this the grabby mechanic? Peter Sutcliffe, that was his name. The Yorkshire Ripper. West Yorkshire. Sutcliffe initially attacked women and girls in residential areas, but appears to have shifted his focus to red light districts because he was attracted to the vulnerability of prostitutes and the perceived ambivalent attitude of police towards prostitutes' safety. So the very reason he killed was because he knew he was attracted to the idea that no one would care about his victims. Fascinating. Where is West Yorkshire? Bradford is in West Yorkshire. That was where he operated. I'm looking him up. Yeah. What a bastard. He did operate in Bradford. He operated in West Yorkshire, which is where Bradford is. So yeah, Mom could have absolutely found him. She was living there back when he was operating, so... But then she wasn't a prostitute. She was just like your average working class woman, so... So I'm pretty sure this is the grabby one. Let me have a look. A truth flashback. If you aim at a weak spot and hold the Y button, then you'll memorize it. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I remember. Let's do this. I want to Kuma file. I don't need that.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
You absolutely take it! That's a natural reaction for any guy!
You think Byakuya is
The
any guy?
victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless distractions. What's so
schizophrenia.
strange about that?
Interesting. Unfortunately, a lot of serial killers do tend to have mental health conditions, which is not the same as saying most people with these mental health conditions are serial killers. Those are two different statements, and one that a lot of people need to get into their head when we're discussing mental illness like this. Isn't that right? Spike shoots off.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird...
How did he get caught?
How?
What happened?
if you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker
Tell
room,
me, I don't have time to look it up right now.
Absolutely
I
take
just looked
it!
at the blurb on
That's a
Wikipedia.
natural reaction for any guy!
The victim was Chihiro.
You didn't know this. You bitch.
I'll tell you what's so strange about that. Because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was.
Yeah.
So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit.
Oh, he's so smarmy. Fuck him, dude. Look at his face. He knew exactly what he was saying just then. He knew what he said didn't make sense. He was just waiting for the opportunity for somebody else to pick up on it and contradict him. He's doing everything, all of this that he's saying is on purpose. He's doing all of this on purpose.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak.
Huh?
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
And I think I know why he's doing this on purpose. I think I know why he's doing all of this. And I will explain after the trial. What's with Byakuya's attitude? It's like he doesn't even care. I've got him cornered, but he's acting like it has nothing to do with it.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
Yeah. He wants me to say things.
There is. I think.
He wants me to put the kibosh on this whole thing.
There is more to it. Think about it.
His car also had a false number plate. You're just asking for trouble.
We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
You don't say a word, Kyoko. The difference between this case and other Genocide Jack murders. The evidence that proves Byakuya is responsible is hidden there. No, it's not. No, 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 no. No, 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 that's not what she said. She didn't say it. She didn't say that. You put words in her mouth. Okay, that's not it. Desk lamp.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again?
No, 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 no.
When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
The desk lamp.
It absolutely was!
Is desk lamp.
then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
It has a plug in
Hey,
it.
Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life. Obviously, somebody else must have had it hidden away somewhere.
Proof that Byakuya did it is hidden within the rope. I've got to contradict him because it's him, right? The item shipment around with was like rope, but it was actually rope. No, 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 no.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
Just kind of a cute
But
voice.
Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
No, it wasn't.
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
Bang! Yes, you have.
No, it's wrong. Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before. Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
Yeah.
What? An extension cord? Yakuya, you've used the extension cord in the library more than once, haven't you? And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time?
What's going on?
Went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
And Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
That's really what you think? Then your conclusion is something like this? I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it. Is that about right?
Yes. But you're acting still really suspiciously. He's doing it again. He's totally calm. Totally unconcerned. Douche. As if he's not even involved. It's my favorite thing to call him. Wait. Not involved.
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
You stay quiet, you.
He kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Huh? Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
I know, but still. There's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you? I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime.
I don't think it's him. I know he's calm and collected, but Leon panicked. Everyone else seems to have it common. Yeah, he's definitely being like, oh, so you think that I did all of these things? And it's like, yeah, you did. Did you not do all of those things that you just described yourself as having done? He's acting like he knows better, but in a genuine way. Not in a, I'm trying to trick you to make you think that I didn't do it kind of way, but in a genuine I didn't do it kind of way. He's being so obvious, it couldn't be him.
Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath.
He is the smartest one here, aside from maybe Kyoko. He's too smart to sit here and admit his fucking crimes.
What about all that bothers you?
Well, there's still so many truth bullets I haven't used. I forgot we were busy with this trial. Yeah, we've got so much to talk about with this bullshit that's happening on screen right now. What was that just now? Something's not right. Byakuya's remarks just now. There's something in there that concerns me. The scene of the crime.
A gun! You say you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right?
But that's not right, because a bunch of shit was wrong with the boys' locker room. So,
but are you
we still
sure
need to
about
discuss that.
Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown.
The gym?
She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that.
Well, no. Found dead doesn't mean was killed in. Yeah, the boys' and girls' locker rooms had posters switched, as well as carpets that looked like they had been switched, because remember Sakura spilled her coffee in the girls' room? But then there was a suspicious brown stain on the floor of the boys' locker room. This trial is brilliant. The lily padding of the suspect. Yeah, it's definitely, in my opinion, one of the best written trials in the game. And I say this as somebody who really likes Trial 4 and 5. 5 is also the best written. It's fucking genius. This is probably the second best written Trial. It's really good. My only issue with it is all of the problematic stuff. And it just brings it down for me. It's not a huge deal, but it's definitely... this Trial showcases the best of Danganronpa with the pretty much genius level writing of the way that they've laid the trial out and the way you get to find out who the actual culprit is. And the worst of Danganronpa in that the writers are clearly a bunch of old dudes that don't know how to... that have portrayed certain people very wrong and very offensively, if you were to ask me.
How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later.
This is one of my favorite trials, though. It is brilliant. I love it very much.
Along with the rest of the murder scene.
I actually forgot how good it was. Because, like, I wanted to talk about how, like, the wrong things that I didn't like about it, but I had completely forgotten since playing it last how well written all of the good things about it are.
The rest of the murder scene?
Look at him, look at his face, look at his face, look at his face. He's shocked. That's genuine surprise. That's how you know that there's something different about this, how he's not actually the killer. Because he would never... he's letting himself... He's being like... He's being open. He has an open emotional face right there.
That was awfully specific.
And then it's gone again.
Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of
But
that.
I saw it. I saw how the vulnerability there.
I believe I do.
Hey Byakuya, did I just take you off guard? Yeah. When the story suddenly moved to the crime scene, Byakuya, who'd been so confident up till now, maybe Byakuya never even realized that the actual scene of the crime could have been somewhere else. Yeah, because he didn't fucking do it.
Don't just move on without permission!
He thinks he knows what happened.
She was killed somewhere else?
But he actually didn't, and so he hasn't realized that there's something different about the trial from what he's been extrapolating this whole time.
Come on, Makoto.
Pissing you off, am I?
If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
Evidence that shows the murder took place somewhere else. He's genuinely shocked he may have missed something. Yeah, because he's so intelligent and so calculating that he doesn't even consider the fact that he may have overlooked something. He thinks he's so great and that he knows everything. But there is something that he's missed. And you need to focus on those things that got switched. The posters.
I got it!
The posters were switched.
The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that's hanging in each locker room.
Your proof is some posters?
There it is again. That look of genuine surprise.
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange? Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Simmer down, you.
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado. Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms.
I hope this is a humbling experience for him. Nah, a true humbling experience would be if I body slammed him into a locker and then locked him in.
You know what I'm talking about.
Which is what that little
right,
nerd deserves.
Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
We need like a large jock to shove him into a locker. Mondo, get over here.
Protein coffee? While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet. But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
It wouldn't be humbling though, because instead he would just double down and make sure that he never made a mistake again. He wouldn't admit that he's capable of making mistakes. He would simply scrub any evidence of him making a mistake clean and then vow to never do it again. Why is it phrased that way? Just a swimsuit model. It's honestly so unnecessary to comment on her body. I mean, yeah, but I think the way that it's, because it's supposed to be like, it was supposed to be in the boys' locker room, having her be, you know, attractive and having her like sex appeal by having her secondary sex characteristics on display in such a way would be something that, you know, teen boys would, you know, expect to see in their locker room, as opposed to her just being like a swimsuit model showing off clothing, like you would find in some sort of clothing catalog. It's done in a sexually titillating way, so that's probably what he was getting at. Because you might have photos of scantily clad women in swimsuits in the girls' locker room to show off clothing and try and sell something to them. But, well, maybe not in a locker room, but in an area, in like women's spaces, you might have that. But only for the we want to sell your clothing kind of thing, not in a sex appeal kind of way. But yeah, I do get what you mean. He had no right commenting on her body like that. It was a bit like, you know, big boobs. Shut up, Makoto. You idiot. Yeah, Makoto sounded weird saying it. Anything like that sounds weird coming out of his mouth, because he isn't really that kind of guy. I mean, he's made some weird comments. Anytime he says, like, he's made comments on, like, Sakura's scent and shit like that, and obviously he was attracted to her. And he is a teenage boy, so it's not weird for him to be attracted to girls like that, but, like, at the same time, anytime he makes a sexual comment like that, which is very infrequent, and it speaks to his character, but it still sounds weird. You are right, it sounds weird coming out of his mouth. Ugh. And he called her something different. He said she was big-breasted last time, but he used boobs this time, which is fine, and also a bit more childish. I don't know why he changed it. Calling them breasts is a bit more clinical and less sexy, which would make more sense, and it gets the point across without him being weird about it. Either way, it doesn't matter. I don't care anymore. I've spoken enough on this. Anyway. No, it's not that the stain was scrubbed away. Not that I don't care. I think I phrased that wrong, but yeah. My bad, sorry. What was I saying? Wait, what happened? I've lost my... I've sat here thinking about boobs for 5 minutes. I forgot what we were talking about. My bad. This thing? Okay, this I guess.
The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away.
Yeah, sure.
In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too? But why would anyone do that?
I don't know, because they wanted to cover up their crime.
Move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think?
Probably.
In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the bloodstained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the culprit bother doing that?
Huh?
Why would they go through all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place? To get into the locker rooms, you have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device. But Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
Oh. Please enlighten us, Hero.
I highly doubt that.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Shut up, man. Is he right? Could Hero really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow? Oh. It's starting again. This shit. The broken e-handbook. Okay, it would be that then if it's anything. Because sometimes none of
Is
the
it really possible?
bullets.
Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Sometimes you have to grab one of their.
She must have hacked her e-handbook. She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her.
No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course.
Nope, it was broken.
No, it's wrong.
Also, was that white noise genocide Jack laughing? She's just completely. She's lost interest in the trial ever since we stopped talking about her.
I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
Yep.
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one. In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup, yup, yup! Hit the nail square on the noggin!
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just... wrong?
How fucking dare you?
It
ever
seems like there's no
insinuate
way
that?
she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
No, do not ever imply
Okay then,
that
I
I
vote
could
for
possibly
Byakuya.
be wrong about something. No, we've already established he didn't do it. Is that it then? Chihiro was killed in the girls' locker room and Byakuya's the one who did it. Really? But still, I don't know what else I can do.
Hold on a second.
Ah, Kyoko coming in clutch to save my ass.
I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right track.
Thank you. Thank you, wife.
You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say?
Don't be rude.
There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So...
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
What?
What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Ugh, just
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Why don't you just tell us, Kyoko, so we don't have to do this shit?
Just what do you think you're doing?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
No.
Huh?
This
It'll
is
make
not
things
pleasing.
more exciting?
Nothing about this pleases me.
Well, all right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
For real?
Yeah, very defensive.
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
You already know what it is.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
Fine. Fine, we'll go through this stupid fucking scene. So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. We headed off with Kyoko in lead. And where she took us was...
The girls' locker room?
We've already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
You want to check it again?
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Not everybody has a fucking field trip. Please just let this be a normal field trip. With Headmaster Monokuma? No way. Why won't you just tell us? Not everybody has a fetish for examining corpses like you do, Kyoko. Just tell us what it is, considering you clearly know.
Examine her carefully? Like using our hands?
No way, no way, no way, no way, no way!
Yep. Foul.
Probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
I'm gonna kill myself, like, immediately after this trial. We're gonna be solving another murder case in a minute. The murder of me. By me.
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything, it's just based on religious grounds, you know?
Yeah. Ew.
Very well.
Desecrate the corpse. Wonderful.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
Oh, this fucking trial is so sexist.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her.
I don't like this. Nobody likes this. Nobody likes what is happening right now.
So just leave this to me.
Sakura. What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about?
You can wait outside, put a leash on her, and attach her to the fucking guard railing like when you leash dogs outside of supermarkets.
That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
Okay, here I go. I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Kyoko, just tell us. Putting her hands together in a brief prayer. Oh god, I'm sorry, Sakura. I'm sorry, Sakura. Don't deserve this. Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Be sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will solve this particular mystery.
Shut up! Well, the only time I've ever been annoyed at you in my entire life. And hopefully will be the only time.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but... What? This is... What is this...
What is it?
Not possible. It's not possible.
Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl is
what?
Is a boy!
Pain. Can I just say, slightly over-the-top reaction from somebody as calm as Sakura? Like, obviously she would be surprised, but why scream like that? It's a bit much. She's doing a bit much.
I see. So she was actually a he. Interesting. Thank you for confirming this fact. What?
You're joking, right?
I wouldn't joke about this.
I love how chilled out Hiro is about everything.
Ben, it's really true?
Chihiro was a guy?
Yes.
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat. Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
Then he was a cross-dresser? Oh, I'm really on fire! I wish I had killed him!
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting.
Why would you put us through this?
Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting. Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial. Ahem. I do apologize for keeping you waiting. Now then, let's resume the class trial. We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
To think that Chihiro was actually a guy, the thought had never even crossed my mind.
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room.
Whether or not Chihiro was intentionally written as trans or not, I believe the character is trans. That's fair. That's a perfectly fair assumption, and I respect that. See, the way that it's so shoddily written, though, is... I mean... I can't really remember exactly what happened, because I can't remember all of it, because if I say anything, it will spoil who the culprit is. So I gotta keep my mouth shut for a minute until we find out who it was. And then I will explain. So I'm just gonna shut up and move on. And then at the end of it I'll discuss a little bit more about my thoughts on Chihiro.
And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
Oh, my back hurts
I
a lot.
still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd. I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
What the fuck does that mean, Byakuya? I knew he felt a little off. Like, of course he would say that after he died.
This is the most titillating
Now
situation!
that you know, of course you would say that. Shush you. Hush.
So now
Not a word out of you.
everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Do we? Oh yeah, we never disproved this, did we?
Very
Anyway.
interesting. This has become very interesting indeed.
Ah, he's off in his own little world.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it.
Mm-hmm.
But...
Fucked up.
But I
Fucked up of him to do that.
think he might not actually be the killer after all.
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery. The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
The more I'm thinking about it, the more I actually don't really want to talk about this anymore.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt.
Can we go back to the schizo thing? Please, this is making me uncomfortable, actually. Can we go back to how ableist this game is? I like talking about that, that was funny.
He
I don't like this
consciously
anymore.
chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, that's how I see it. And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again, when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy. If you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
We're using a lot of Chihiro as a guy, unless Chihiro is male, and thus would have a male registration on the handbook. We're making a lot of assumptions about Chihiro's gender, not sex, which is problematic of the characters to do. I get that game's a product of its time, blah blah blah, but it's, and you know, these characters are teens and they would immediately assume, you know, penis equals dude, but it's still, regardless of what Chihiro actually is, trans or cis, it doesn't matter. This is transphobic. And there isn't really... I will not accept anyone who says otherwise. I'm sorry, I just won't. I can't accept that regardless of Chihiro's identity, it is irrelevant to the fact that this sequence, what they're doing right now, is transphobic. Even if he is a cis dude through and through, it doesn't matter. Because this is transphobic. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter for now.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but...
This whole trial is bothering me right now.
It's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct, for the time being.
Mark it as correct?
You and me gonna throw down any minute now, Byakuya.
He's right. I am not the culprit. I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Oh, you found it in the girls' locker room? So you found Chihiro after the corpse had been moved?
Are you fucking with us right now?
No, I am not effing with you right now. I'm telling you the truth.
I like that. He can't even bring himself to say it.
Well, I found it very hard to believe.
Sex, gender, and gender expression are all very different things. Yes, they are.
Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe.
You are right.
You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
True.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say?
I know what his reasons are. I suspect.
Now then.
And when I say I know, I mean...
me, who was it?
I'm 99% convinced, and that's basically the same thing as me being right at everything.
Well,
which is what I
don't
always am.
think I can say for sure without talking
Correct.
about it a little more.
Oh, we've talked for so long and this fucking trial is
Seriously
going on
gonna
forever.
keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
You haven't been listening for the past 20 minutes.
No, I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility.
Didn't we establish that it wasn't Byakuya ages before we even found out about Chihiro?
Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Do you
Sweet.
not have a mind of your own?
No, he does not.
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
We still haven't brought up the fact that Celeste literally found Chihiro going to the locker rooms to do some exercise.
That's very true.
When is she gonna bring that shit up?
Our lives are all on the line.
Yeah, we need to make doubly 100% sure.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
I think everybody tends to forget that, if we get this wrong, we are all fucked. Not just one of us. But if Byakuya didn't do it... That's the most important thing to comment on. Regardless of Chihiro's gender, this is all very transphobic. I guess I should be making assumptions, but I don't like how they assume the opposite and so quickly change pronouns. That's something I was going to talk about, actually. That's a very important point you've made. They see the most feminine, girlish character who goes by she/her pronouns and has a feminine voice and never makes any effort to correct anyone when they refer to her as a girl or as a female, or when the women try and hang out with her, because girls group together and guys group together, particularly in high school social settings. And she, you know, isn't particularly comfortable with that, but that's besides the point. Everything about Chihiro is expressly feminine, according to everybody else. So, what the fuck just happened to the audio? So, they grope Chihiro's corpse and find a penis. That's what happened. They find male genitalia. And therefore, they immediately are like, ah, a man. This is transphobic. Because you wouldn't look at the most feminine person in the room, aside from maybe Celeste, and be like, oh, you have a penis, you must be a man. Male, yes. A man, no. Not necessarily. If it was somebody like Mondo, if you know, he's obviously the most masculine person here, or arguably. He's very masculine. he's definitely male, and he calls himself a man, he is referred to as a man, he never makes any effort to correct anyone who refers to him that way. He goes on about how he makes promises as a man, therefore self-identifying as one. If you were to find that he had a dick, then yes, you could make the fair assumption that him having a dick means that he must be a male, and a man, thus, because of other evidence suggesting that he's a man. Chihiro does not have that. Chihiro is the opposite of Mondo in every way, because Chihiro is very feminine in their expression. Thus, all of the characters being like, ah, a penis. Clearly he's a very masculine man who is extremely male and very much a dude. It's transphobic to immediately find the most girly person you could find, check their genitals, and then decide what they must actually be, not sex-wise, but gender-wise. So yeah, that's a big problem that I have with this trial, is that they're all immediately assuming Chihiro's gender identity, not biological sex. Because if Chihiro's biological sex is still listed as male, then having a male e-handbook would make perfect sense, and thus would allow them access to the boys' locker room. But even so, that still isn't suggestive of Chihiro's gender identity, which is what is in question. So yes, I do agree with you there. The making of the assumptions is what is transphobic. And also, groping a corpse and finding the presence of a penis and outing Chihiro as male, regardless of whether or not Chihiro identifies as a boy or a girl. Clearly, Chihiro did not want their sex to be outed, regardless of whether or not they're cis or trans. So that, as a whole concept, is transphobic, and is littered throughout media, throughout the years, where characters challenging sex and gender norms get forcibly outed against their will, especially considering Chihiro is a corpse and is not here to defend himself anymore. Again, very gross, very transphobic, very uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. It's a bit like, it's very similar to what's happening to Jack, actually, with how characters with DID in media are so commonly depicted as crazed lunatic serial killers, and characters who are trans or otherwise not cis are so commonly depicted in media as getting forcibly outed, and everyone's like, oh, a man! Can you believe it? A man! A male man! Can you believe it? It's shocking! And then it's just, man, this is all so tasteless and gross. So it's, yeah, that's really what my problem is the way that Chihiro's sex reveal has been handled is bad and wrong, regardless of what your thoughts on Chihiro's gender is. So yes, that is one thing that I really wanted to talk about, is the inherent transphobia and more specifically trans misogyny of Chihiro's sex reveal, because this doesn't really happen to trans men very often. Usually depictions of trans characters is a man dressed as a woman, right? That's normally how it is, and the presence of a penis is treated, I mean, look at Sakura's reaction. The presence of a penis was so horrific and shocking that she screamed like a banshee over it, and it's just a dick. Like, it's just an appendage. It's not that big of a deal, really. So, it's just, why? The worst part is, we could have avoided that whole fucking scene. We could have avoided the whole thing if Kyoko had just told us. If Kyoko had just said, well, you know what? I examined the corpse thoroughly, and you know what I found? A penis. And then I mean, there's obviously the issue of no one would believe her, in which case we would have to go and analyse the corpse ourselves. But fuck it. This isn't real life, this is a video game, and if we wanted to write it that they all believed Kyoko immediately upon her saying that Chihiro was male, fine. We can do that. Because it's a game and we can write it the way we want. From what I've heard from looking into this, the anime adaptation, which is 13 episodes, where they forced 50 hours of gameplay into 13 20-minute episodes of an animation, Kyoko, in order to cut down and save time, the animators just had Kyoko say it. So in the anime, she did just say that Chihiro was male. They didn't go back to the crime scene, they didn't analyse the body, they didn't get all shocked and surprised. They stayed here and Kyoko just said it. So, I know it was to cut down on time, but apparently, because of how much they cut content was in the animation, a lot of people didn't really like it very much, because it skipped over huge swaths of content, in order to fit the runtime, which wouldn't have happened if they doubled the length of the episodes, or they doubled the length of the show, but that's besides the point, I digress. That's one of the few things that the animation did right, in that we didn't have to go through this whole malark of groping the corpse and forcibly outing them. So yeah. Stupid and bad, and I'm feeling uncomfortable. And I'm a little upset. Genuinely a little bit upset. I want to talk about Toko again. Actually, I'm not a little bit upset. I'm actually very upset right now. Who killed Chihiro? That's the one thing we can be sure we know about the killer. It's a dude.
A gun!
The killer is Genocide Jack. It's an opportunity for more gameplay and suspense drawing out the trial. This has already been going on for decades. We don't need to draw this out anymore. It reminds me actually of what you said the last time we played this. You mentioned that Kyoko wants people to come to their own conclusions, which is definitely true. Which is probably why she lured them back to the corpse and had somebody else analyse the body and find out for themselves. She doesn't like telling people things, she likes insinuating things and then watching their facial expression as they slowly put the pieces together themselves. And you were right about that, that is true. She does like doing that, and that's probably the reason why she did it again this time. But there's been so many issues of plot holes and characters not doing things that would make sense for them to do, or doing things that wouldn't make sense for them to do. What's one more? What's one instance of Kyoko just deciding to tell everybody, which would go against her character, of letting everyone discover for themselves? What's one time in this litany of plot holes and certain decisions not making any sense? What's one more? It's not even that big of a deal when compared to something like Junko's bloody corpse on the floor and Toko not passing out or turning into Genocide Jack, versus every other time she sees blood she passes out and freaks out over it. That's a huge plot hole. That's a really big issue. It's not even that Toko was just in the background and not doing anything. She straight up approaches the corpse, looks at the blood, says, "I pass out at the sight of blood," and then walks away all without passing out once. They make that plot hole front and center for you to think about. They don't even try and hide it. So, what's one more? And it bothers me. Anyway, we're continuing. Since the crime scene was the boys' locker room, you would need a boys' handbook to get in. Since Leon's handbook is apparently broken, the killer would have had to use their own. In other words, it had to have been a guy. But that's still not enough. We need to find more clues. Another one of these. So let's look out. Maybe.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
No.
Well, clues are one thing.
I've used the dust lamp and stain.
Did nobody get a look at the killer? No, I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the
Celeste.
victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all over. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer.
No.
And it's not like they're just gonna turn themselves in. Game over, man. Game over.
Yay! No! Not game over!
My gut has sunken really hard right now. Not only do we have no new info on the killer, but nobody even saw the victim before he died. Is that actually true?
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
How do I speed up time? No, we don't do that.
Did nobody get a look? I'm sure if
Oh,
someone
that's
saw
not
the
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point.
Yeah. All we need right now is any.
It's over. It's all over. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And
No, that's wrong. I believe someone else did see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes, I did see him.
Huh? Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this.
Oh yeah, you never told anyone else, did you?
The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
She's so needlessly mean.
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a duffel bag. But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
Chihiro told me he was in a hurry. But why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much. Enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
Ooh, what a marvelous friendship! The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No. You already have what you need to make the connection.
Well, it was a dude, obviously, so...
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
Seriously? Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Are you sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on two pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Thank God somebody here has the brain cell.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
That's a big word. You can't be using words like that in this classroom.
Easy for you to say. But fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket?
The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
Does Chihiro's track jacket really hold some clue about the killer? Somehow, it's really hard to believe. Ugh. Can this be over, please?
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise.
True!
So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. Cause exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
The one. So, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit.
Mom. Yeah, that got me confused last time because I didn't notice that what he said was wrong.
Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Huh? What'd I say?
What did you say?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said...
I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag, and then I assumed he hid it off to exercise.
She never said anything about the jacket's color.
Ooh, Mondo.
So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
What are you? You just...
Hey, Celeste. What color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Oh, you idiot.
Because I just... I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
No.
No, that can't be it.
Right from the beginning.
The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died! That's the only possibility!
Cherry?
Are you talking about Chihiro?
Yeah, Cheerio boy.
So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night. He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, Celeste just contradicted that.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony...
It's him, ain't it? Well, he had no way of knowing what colour the tracksuit was. She stuffed the track jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
When Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
Nah, you liar.
It would appear you've dug your own grave.
All you had to do was keep your mouth shut, Mondo, and we never would have realized.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it?
Damn, Kyoko.
Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
But why? What made you so suspicious?
This is the little line of dialogue that I had mentioned that you need to pay attention to. Something that I had never noticed when I first played this, and it's coming up in a second.
That's a good question.
Because I hate him. Fuck this guy. It's the way he talks. Ah, look at that smile. That pretty smile.
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off. Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently. You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, you happened to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
You noticed such a tiny detail?
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful!
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
Yeah, because he said that the dude had a real complex about being weak. That was his line.
I didn't kill anyone! You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Well, you are a biker gang leader. You probably are a criminal.
Yeah! He would never do something like that! This is a false accusation!
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
That was fast.
Don't worry, I'm sorry she's got something else up her sleeve.
This does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
He literally just admitted he has no excuse to not knowing what the tracksuit color was. He has no explanation for himself.
My time has nearly come. That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you found some evidence?
Oh, my back hurts.
Really? What kind of evidence?
Go on, Hifumi.
Actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
No. Tell us.
Jeez, does your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
If you really insist, then... Here it is.
What do you have there?
Oh, you found the handbook! You magnificent bastard.
It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
You found it on the ground, right? And it must belong to Chihiro.
I got it!
Because, their
You know
handbook went missing.
Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
For a fact.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
They're not.
You're right.
They only have
They're
one weak
not.
spot.
They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall.
Probably a way of, whoever broke Leon's, broke Chihiro's, it was probably to make sure that nobody could check it and check the gender that's listed on the e-handbook, because that would give the game away immediately.
For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere? How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
How did the handbooks break? By hitting its weak point.
I got it! You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
Yeah! You remember that? Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession, then
we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
Huh? You're asking me?
Yeah, you damn Barry, you should know what it is.
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
But we need to know.
Just tell us already. Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
I just got a point.
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example?
Our handbooks are so useful, why would we break them? It's stupid.
Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is... when it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break! I flippin' knew it!
You knew it?
Yeah, because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
Ah. Who was in the sauna lately?
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt, huh? It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin.
Yay!
If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Interesting. I learned one new fact today.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's
Moving on to
handbook
the
in the
trial.
sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
What if they found out by accident?
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke? They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that? I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
Well, there were two guys that were in there. Just yesterday, I believe it was.
I might know someone who did.
Whoa! Seriously?
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
You might have brought their handbook into the sauna. It could only have been one person. Oh. Mondo.
Here's my answer!
Because you had your clothes on when you were in the
Mondo,
sauna.
your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
What?
Just give me a sec. People are messaging me, I need to respond to them.
Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago, remember? And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on. But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets. And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
No, wait, hold on! You've got it all wrong! He would never kill... I don't accept this! Show me the proof! The actual solid proof!
I mean, I don't want to believe it either, but I found something that proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Oh god, there's so many.
Let's...
Hang on just a second.
If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is
you.
right.
Hey.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Wait, what do we have?
See?
I've lost my shit.
Look!
Entirely.
Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Yeah, get off my screen. You are a fly. Even if I don't want to believe Mondo might actually have killed someone.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo,
I'm dying.
You broke your
That was
own
long overdue.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is
I'm long
actually
overdue for
broken,
a coughing fit.
then that proves
I had a
that
rough
what
morning as well.
Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just...
No, it doesn't. Shut up.
No, that's wrong. Mondo, the handbook you have right now, is it really yours?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
You know exactly what it's supposed to mean.
The broken handbook that was in the main hall. Isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
Alright.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
So then, the broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's.
He swapped them out after he went to the sauna.
Which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's, yes?
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
Well, Leon's dead, so he didn't actually loan it. It's the loaning. The person loaning it would be the person in the wrong, not the person taking it.
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student. It's kind of a gray area, I admit, but no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting. As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
Son of a bitch. What's wrong, bro? Come on, tell him he's wrong. You are wrong. You have to be wrong. Everything you just said is wrong. You made it all up.
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning? That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
Hey, we're doing the little comic book. Yay! I love the comics. They're very nice. I love them a lot. The artwork is great. I prefer the artwork in these fucking comics to the actual sprite artwork of the game. Look at the little cutie face. Look at the little facey face. So cute. So adorable. So precious. Why Chihiro? Okay. So Celeste sees Chihiro. I need. Oh yeah, the duffel bag. So we've got the boys' room. Chihiro goes into the boys' room. Blah blah blah. Is that wrong? Whose hand is that? Maybe that's wrong. In. Right? That's right. And then this thing. Okay.
The killer is you! First, let's take a look back to before the incident.
I've cheered up a bit, by the way, since a minute ago. Because, fun fact, yelling at Mondo makes me feel happy. So I feel much better now.
Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he. Which is why he was able to use his own handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room.
Stop emphasizing it, dunce.
Once inside, he met with someone there. And the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro, and attacked him.
Oh.
And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from. It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, then removing the bloody poster.
My bad. I'm an idiot.
And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course. But this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem. And that's exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch. That could have been the end of things, but no. The Yakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation, making things even more complicated.
He had no rhyme or reason to do this, considering the only reason I think he did it. No, there is another reason. I was gonna say the main reason he did it was to out Toko's genocide Jack, but he already knew that. He already knew who it was. No, I just remembered there's another reason, and we'll talk about it in a minute. Sorry. I won't interrupt anymore. Makoto's
So,
making a crime scene.
after stumbling on the
He
crime
thinks he's
scene,
some sort of big wig detective. Little does he know, Kyoko's from over there.
He went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got to work.
What an absolute asshole. Also, why is the girls' dorm, the locker room open? Like, Byakuya didn't have a girls' e-handbook, so why did Mondo just leave the fucking door wide open for anyone to walk in and see Chihiro's corpse? Like what?
He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body.
Disgusting, by the way.
Then,
I mean, it's disgusting
using the
because
victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime.
it's disgusting to do that to a corpse, like string it up like that. Like that was a human being that you're doing this to. Also, ew, you touched the blood and then wrote a bloody message on the wall. You freak. You're absolute degenerate.
He wanted to
Stop this.
create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter. And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade,
Damn, music slaps, huh?
the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna.
Where did he dispose of the stuff? Is Mondo on trash duty?
There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence,
Excuse me.
Chihiro's handbook.
My bad.
And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna.
How did Mondo, like he's an idiot, right? How did he know that it was the heat of the sauna that was what caused this thing to break? How did he put those two and two together?
And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook.
How did he know that was the reason?
And that's how it all played out.
Did he just assume that that might have been it and then went to the sauna with Chihiro's handbook to prove it? God, the comics are
Isn't
amazing.
that right, Mondo Orada?
Wait. No. This can't be right. Where's your evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence?
Yeah, he went into the sauna fully clothed.
You need evidence. You need proof.
You know, you're the second douchebag guy in a row to be like, you don't have any evidence, when I literally just wrote an entire comic filled to the brim with evidence about fucking why. Leon did this last time. I wrote a comic being like, this is how Leon did it. Here's my proof. And he's like, that's not evidence. I need evidence. What do you want, actually?
Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him.
What would you consider foolproof? Evidence that Mondo was the killer. That already revealed itself earlier in the trial. All I have to do is check that one item of his and everything will become clear. Yes, give me your handbook. The ultimate moral compass is bro is a killer. He sure is. He really does know how to pick him, doesn't he? Fever time. Oh Christ. Oh no. Oh God. Oh no. Me. Please don't do this. Don't do this to me. No, why would you make the bullet time battles harder? I don't care. Oh, look how it's Taka you.
Show me some evidence. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. You're corrupt. I refuse to vote. I refute you. False. You're corrupt. Show me some evidence.
Bang.
Show me some evidence.
This
There
should
you go.
prove it.
Where's your fucking evidence? Will you shut up?
If my thinking so far is right, Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's. In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that, we'll...
We don't gotta do that.
Huh?
Yeah. I did it. I killed him.
Just admitting it right off the bat. And we're done. We're done with this bunk. Oh yes! I got them all. Take some of that shit. I did better than I did the first time.
Bro, what are you saying?
Especially considering I made more mistakes in this one. Like, what if I couldn't handle that gameplay? I'm just too good.
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just...
Is it working now?
give up.
Is it working for you?
Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that.
Wait! Hold on!
No,
No
waiting.
No holding on.
Yes, let's go.
Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank. Who will you elect as the Blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Oh good, okay good. Oh dear, it's Corncob Head. Oh, what a shame.
What?
Uh-oh, this time it looks like you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The Blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was... Frickin' called it. Mondo Owada! You asshole.
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimaru. You need to be more careful.
What? I refuse to believe it. There's no way. No way he would kill someone.
Sorry.
What is this?
Why are you apologizing? Why? 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 Goodbye, we're done. We got bro out here looking like a fucking pangolin. Why did you do it? Ah, shit.
Now then.
Bro's hairstyle got microwaved. Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence. So allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually...
The story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men. Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really want to hear it, you can hit the B button to fast forward the text. Thanks, Monokuma. Anyway, there was once a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. Poor Beb. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak, even though you're a boy. He'd heard things like that as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide and buried himself further and further into that weakness, to take on the fragile form of a petite young woman. He had chosen that as his way out. Now nobody will be able to say anything about, even though you're a boy. But no matter how tightly he wrapped himself up in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside of him, and was not so easily weeded out. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear. Instead, it only grew stronger and stronger. I'm weak. Weak. Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. There are many dead people here. And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. Which of course included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack, the armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair. And yet...
I'm sorry.
I don't really want to talk about it right now.
But...
But I also don't want to leave things the way they are. So maybe I can talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone. Annoyingly, he used the threat of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger.
That's right.
Now's my chance.
I want to change.
I'm going to get stronger, accept who I am. Strong enough so that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay. I'll get better. With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so... that day, he made the commitment to begin exercising. He was prepared to retrain his mind and body. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he'd get at it.
Hey,
When he decided to start exercising, he thought it would be good to ask for someone's help. But he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask them to help him from there. Can't speak. And the person he went to...
Yeah, that's right.
And it was me. Yep, it sure was. The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret. No. And it did, because he didn't actually tell anyone. Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to be. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. So he went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That was his aspiration. And he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then, that must be why Mondo did what he did, to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro. Huh? Did what he did? You mean, that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room into the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think it was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to Chihiro. But how does moving the body keep his secret? Because if everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity. So, he tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook. See? Then, Mondo did all that to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed. Kyoko's so smart. Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why? Why did you... Because no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
That's impossible. Nothing could have been that bad. Something he didn't want anyone to know? Even if it meant killing someone?
You're wrong!
It's impossible.
Don't make me repeat myself.
How many times must I repeat myself? To judge others by your own standard is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it. I forgot you were here, to be honest. You haven't been relevant in at least half an hour. Well, while we're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory. That secret he didn't want anyone to know.
Hey,
You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother. Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. But the only reason he had the chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother's name was Daya Owada. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo even got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust, or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang. And before anyone knew it, it had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the older brother, number one in the gang, and his number two, his younger brother Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy. That's disgusting. But when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. I need to cough again. The kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya created this gang with his bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. Can someone like... I got hiccups now. Can someone like that really be our leader? All that'll do is make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang. Which is why...
I
gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Once. Just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes. I gotta come out on top. On the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. During the race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly... laying in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words. My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry. Of course he knew it was his brother's fault, but Daya never blamed him for what happened. Hey kid, the rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. Because it's the team. You and me put together. It's a promise between men. He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang, in order to keep the gang together, and keep the promise to his brother. He could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that had caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who'd bested his big brother. Daya was gonna lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad, he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother.
I'm
strong. Strong. And yet... Final words. I fucked up. Yep. I goofed. Sorry, bro. Dies. As soon as our killing game began, he realized, no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secrets. Mondo killed his own brother. No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. You're not in the outside world anymore. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I've been carrying around, it all would have been for nothing. So that's why. Mondo. After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with all kinds of fuzzy uneasiness and just started swirling around. I'd never felt anything like it before. I didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say. But after a while, that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety, way down in my stomach. And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, I He told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Did it? I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry I lied to you. But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
Huh?
Huh? Because, I mean, you've kept that secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would...
But...
You're right, but...
I want to change.
I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever. His words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie I've been living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong. It can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us.
You piece of...
So what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying if I really
What?
am, I should just be able to tell everyone my secret?
Huh?
I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I've never had. So I was jealous of him, and that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are you making fun of me? I'm strong. Are you fucking with me right now?
No!
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo. I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What did he want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back? Let my secret get revealed and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
Damn you!
Why did you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just wanted to...
I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. Strong, 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 strong. Stronger than you!
You son of a bitch!
And stronger than Daya! I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, he was laying at my feet, covered in blood. I had the dumbbell in my hand and I was just staring at him, down on the ground. Hey.
I killed him. I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Yeah, it is toxic masculinity. It's his idea of, you know, he can't be weak, he can't be considered weak, he just can't. It's not something that's allowed. I mean, just look at him, he's not physically weak, but mentally he kind of is. But he can't handle that being told to him. And he interpreted what Chihiro said to him as Chihiro insinuating that he was weak. And he couldn't handle that. And with all the strange thoughts and anxieties that were going through his head, things that he probably didn't have very much experience with, because he doesn't really seem the type to get, you know, anxious or anything like that. He's a bit of a simple guy. It's probably all rather new and unusual feelings for him, and thus he sort of lost his shit, and he lost his shit more easily than if Chihiro had simply told the secret without Monokuma's threat. Because if Monokuma hadn't done what he did and shown everyone their secrets, and Chihiro had come to Mondo at any other point in time with the secret, Mondo probably wouldn't have had any inclination to tell Chihiro his secret as like an exchange. So he probably wouldn't have gotten quite so angry or sort of got the impression that Chihiro was calling him weak. And then probably would never have killed him. So it's people's definitions of strength and weakness too. Yeah. Because Chihiro's strength lies in the fact that they wanted to improve. Like, when Monokuma threatened to expose the secret, Chihiro didn't fall into a deep, dark depression, like Monokuma probably wanted. Instead, Chihiro used it as motivation to try and improve and become a better person. Which is really a very strong and brave thing to do. Mondo. He was normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness like that lived in a heart like his, and it turned him cold-blooded. God damn it. People hate being exposed, even if accidentally, having a mirror in his face in the form of another person. Yep, that's exactly what it was. And it was probably the worst possible time for him to be faced with his own weakness and be challenged. It wasn't even Chihiro's fault, because all Chihiro did was exist in front of him, and he realized that part of himself was weak and he couldn't handle it, and he took his anger out on Chihiro, which is just another moment of weakness. Because he took his anger out on someone who did nothing wrong. Chihiro wasn't insulting him or calling him weak or anything like that. It was all Mondo's own insecurities that led to him lashing out. Look at him! You see, you're all just like him. For a secret from the past. For a memory. For that, he killed another living human in cold blood. He couldn't cut free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? Because I sure don't. You bastard. Just shut up, you son of a bitch! Go ahead, say that again, I dare you. This is the first time Taka swore?
Yep.
Okay. I'll say it as many times as I want, is what I want to say, but unfortunately I can't do that right now because the time for punishing is fast approaching. Punishing? Chihiro was a victim of toxic masculinity because they didn't feel man enough. Yes, Chihiro was bullied for not being masculine enough, and thus dressed up like a girl to avoid being treated that way. Which, I mean, it all depends on what Chihiro really wanted out of their own identity. Because you can be a man and still dress femininely, but did Chihiro like the clothing? Like the persona? Or, because Chihiro could still be a dude no matter how they dressed, but, like, you don't have to look like Mondo to be a man. So they didn't have to change in order to fit in, to look more like Mondo and be more like Mondo. But it all depends on whether or not Chihiro genuinely wanted that for themselves, or whether Chihiro felt like they had to change in order to fit better into society and avoid being bullied. Society should change to fit the people in it. I mean, well, not exactly. There's got to be a compromise. Yes, there are rules in place, and you should follow them as best you can, and you should change a little bit to try and fit into society. That's why we don't allow rapists and murderers to be running amok. You can't do shit like that and expect us to just accept that. Similarly, a society that is so cripplingly rigid and makes no room for anyone who tries to dissent and tries to break the mold in any way, and that's not good either, and the society should become more open to people regardless of how they choose to express themselves. So it's all bad. It's terrible. Fuck everything.
It can't be.
You mean execution?
Well now,
That's what I promised you, right?
well now.
Fuck off, I'm trying to talk here. The blackened that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous!
Well, hold on.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment!
For Mondo Owada, the ultimate biker gang leader. Wait!
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
I said wait!
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Oh, Mondo. Oh dear, a specialized execution for Mondo. Well, he's taking it better than Leon did. He's got more dignity at least. The Cage of Death. Mondo water. Ugh. Gross. Monokuma's insane execution set budget. Well, how did he even... What I want to know is... Does Monokuma know exactly who's going to murder who? Because he seems to know everything. Shut up, Kate. I can't believe it's not butter. I can. Feel bad for Taka. Yeah, you're right. Poor boy. He picked the wrong one. Everyone's still shocked at the execution for some reason. What I was gonna say was, did he know exactly who was gonna kill who, and who was going to be the Blackened? Or did he just make one execution tailored to each person, and depending on who was the Blackened, he utilizes it? Because he seems to know... I mean, this has been so meticulously planned, this whole killing game thing. So it would make perfect sense for him to... He seems to know everything else that's going to happen, and he's planned for every last minute detail. So it would make sense for him to know who the Blackens would be and who's got a proclivity to murder someone. But at the same time, if he does happen to be wrong, he would have to have executions for each character. Otherwise, he would have no way of killing anyone. If the Blackened happened to be like... If the Blackened was, I don't know, Hina or somebody, or something like that, he would have to have an execution for Hina. He would probably, like, I don't know, put her in shark-infested water or something. But if he didn't have one, and Hina did happen to kill somebody, then he'd be kind of fucked, because he'd have no execution set up. So he must have one for each character. Laugh at death, and your soul will forever be at peace. What? I don't think that's quite... It can't be. My brother. Another murder, and another execution. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. I feel like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen. As Taka's sad screams invaded our skulls, we were each forced to realize once again. But of course, he had to. Of course he had to. Fuck you. What a disappointment. This is the end of the game? But Byakuya?
What is this?
You're completely insane, you know that? A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do. Because this game is life or death.
Hey.
I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response. Except
However,
that I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting. His voice was calm, emotionless, like the void of death. It chilled me to the bone. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library, as usual.
Honestly.
So you ignored the nighttime rule too. That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall agreeing to it.
There is nothing to be
Well,
done.
I don't particularly care. Please, continue. The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse.
What?
You mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen him.
Well...
So you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning?
That's right.
Indeed. But if that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. I thought it would liven things up. You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create the fake murder scene?
But...
Damn, man. If we hadn't figured out who'd really done it, you would have been dead too, right? Well, obviously I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course, Byakuya turned and looked me in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me. Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did, and I was able to perform an interesting experiment.
Interesting.
Once I do decide to become blackened, I now know who I'll have to watch out for. What?
Correct.
So that was your reason. Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Kyoko's had enough of this man's bullshit. Moving on.
Hey.
There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh, that's one thing that I wanted to talk about actually. Is the reason why he did that is he was testing me. That's why he decided to change Chihiro's murder scene. He was testing me to see just if I could figure out who done it or not. Not just figure out that it wasn't Byakuya, but figure out that it was Mondo. Because he is debating with himself, as he's so smart, whether or not he should kill someone to get out of here. And he wants to. He does want to. Because he wants to get out of here and he wants to play the game more than he wants to get out of here. He finds the game fun and interesting and a challenge, which is something that he likes. And so he wants to participate. However, he doesn't want to get killed. So, what he's doing is he's testing me. He has picked me as the de facto case solver, and now he is testing me to see whether or not I can figure out anything. So, even though he's so smart, things do happen, mistakes get made. He made a mistake during this trial. Because he was confused about why I mentioned the boys' locker room. And he got surprised at that. So he had made a mistake in the way that he laid out his version of events. So even Byakuya can fuck up. And I think he's come to realize that now. But he definitely... If he was to murder someone, this trial has proved to him that I could figure out that he did it. Unless he would get executed, which is not what he wants. He was testing me to see if at some point he should murder somebody. And of course, me solving the next trial probably only emphasized to him again that I am not to be trifled with, and that he shouldn't kill anyone, and he shouldn't become blackened, because this is a video game, and I'm going to beat it. So... Oh, I'm up next. You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is, why? Do you like them? But you know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself.
What?
You're over-exaggerating. I am not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair.
Damn.
What do you mean? 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 Mean. Good grief, I don't understand why you have to pick apart every little stupid thing. Whatever. It doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor. And then everything will be revealed to me. Ah, the noble son of a noble family. Truly, you understand me. I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship.
That's enough.
Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Let me just say this. After I have achieved complete victory, you're up next. I'm going to find you and kill you. Understand?
In the name of my family.
For which victory is a foregone conclusion.
You're getting all riled up.
So cool. It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you. I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you. Temper. Sounds like somebody needs a nap. Monokuma's laughter appealed across the courtroom, and the curtain closed on the case of Chihiro and Momo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue, because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. What an analogy to make, Makoto. Where did you come up with that? Fucking hell. All of our courage, our efforts, our friendship, it felt like it amounted to nothing at all. It was the worst kind of despair.
Well, anyway, like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part. You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right? Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now, so just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
There's one thing I'd like to ask you.
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away.
Who is it? The 16th high school student.
Ooh. My, you really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but... super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied! Because you see, that's my ace in the hole. And nobody be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
And that's that. And now, lower 10. Oh, good. I got his bloodied up, tattered fucking jacket. Is it Hina?
I know I shouldn't cry, but
yeah.
I've had enough. I can't take it anymore. Getting out of here anytime soon.
When I first saw this, I did not know who this was. I was like, who the fuck is that? Who is that? It's Justina.
Impossible. I can't let myself think about how much I want to get out of here. If I keep thinking like that, I might decide to.
Oh yeah, don't do that. Oh no. Donuts. I need to eat some donuts. That'll cheer me up. Her room. Oh, there's so much stuff. Glazed donuts, twisty donuts, jelly donuts, cream-filled donut holes, marshmallows.
Okay.
Oh god of donuts, I'm praying for a wonderful encounter. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for breaking the nighttime rule. But right now, for me, donuts are absolutely necessary. The actual fuck.
Huh?
Real.
Huh?
What's that sound? I wouldn't go investigating anything at night. No weird sounds you hear. I mean, I live in my own house and I wouldn't go investigating weird sounds I hear at night, so I definitely wouldn't be doing that shit in a killing game. Middle of the fucking school, are you kidding? It sounds like it's coming from the bathhouse.
But
I'm super scared, but... Is someone there? Oh, Hina. Heck is this? What? A next generation legend, stand tall, galactic hero. You comfort you. She's so real for that, actually. The morning after the conclusion of the second class trial. Everyone met up in the dining hall, just like always. As I expected it to start like any other day. That's what I expected, but... Today's count kinda sucks, huh? Toko and Byakuya still refuse to show up. And I haven't seen Miss Asahina anywhere. She said her stomach was hurting, so she's taking it easy in her room for today.
Oh.
That is rather unusual for her. Normally she's so full of energy. She ate too many donuts last night and slept on it. Can't sleep on a full stomach. Which is exactly what makes me worry.
So then...
So it's just the 7 of us then. Looks that way.
How about that?
It's times like this where the committee chairman needs to get things going with a bang. Oh, Taka. You poor dude.
Impossible.
Not. Taka hasn't said a word since everything that happened yesterday. One look at his face showed he hadn't slept a wink last night. Must be because of Mondo. The two of them became so close. And then he finds out Mondo killed Chihiro. They were close for like a day. And then having to watch Mondo get punished. Nothing he can do about it. Can't even imagine what it must have done to him.
Well...
So I mean, what's gonna happen now? We haven't found any way out. And we have no idea if help's ever gonna come.
It's like...
Now I'm more depressed just thinking about it. We simply have to make the best of things. Do our best to get along and live here together in peace. Forget about the outside world and accept this new life. This is the only hope we have now. What? To live here? Forever?
Well...
Here, we have every convenience. We have food, clothes, our every need is seen to. Why are you dissatisfied? In fact, let me ask you this. What is it about the outside world that you long for?
Is that okay?
Competition, discrimination, victimization, and violence. As society grows, so does its perversion. In which case, is our current situation not... Demon angel, pretty princess.
Huh?
Here we go!
Meg, the drill shop owner, the bunny-eared Amazon, Catgirl Dogboy, Robo Justice, the Galactic King. And... What I mean is, there's no 2D here.
There is nothing to be done.
The mastermind puts such base desire to their advantage, bending you to their will.
You know?
Okay, well, anyway, since Taka's, like, catatonic, as the oldest one here, I'm officially stepping up to take the lead. What a good older brother you are. So, we're all gonna work together and spend the rest of the day searching the school. Searching?
I'm right?
Well, I mean, since the class trial is over and all.
Perhaps.
There should be new places for us to investigate. Yeah, that's the ticket. Maybe we'll find some kind of clue this time.
Well then.
And once we're done eating, let's split up and begin looking around.
Do you have any problem with that, Celeste? There may well be a discovery waiting for us, which may further enrich our life here. No. The point is to look for clues. And just as we were starting to come together, she barged in and ruined the conversation.
You called for me, and so I appeared.
Genocide! What? Ah, nobody called for you. She just assumes people want to be around her. What the? How come it's Genocide Jill and not Toko?
Yes!
God, this place is just amazing! Finally, a place I can be my murderous self. Which is why I've decided to stop holding back and spread my wings. No more hiding in the cave for me. Plus, I have another battle to fight. The whole killer with the split personality thing is so overdone. I gotta destroy that stereotype. It's funny that you're acknowledging it.
You SOB!
I guess she does break the stereotype in that she's completely fucking harmless during the course of the story. But she is still a murderer. She killed other people, just none of the main characters. So she doesn't destroy the stereotype. She plays the trope straight, as I said earlier. I'll fight all night, all day and all night to murder those totally slanderous cliches. But you are a killer with a split personality, that's what I just said. If she weren't here, my chances of survival would go up at least 10%. Come on, you gotta back me up here. Even the biggest stars need the little people to hold them up. Jill's killing it, but not literally. True that. Well, whatever we do today, first we should eat. We can't do anything on an empty stomach. You're right. Let's hurry up and eat so we can start our investigation. Settle down, you. I'm gonna put a muzzle on you. So you're forced to eat breakfast with a murderer. After a much needed but very annoying meal. She's just a nuisance. We set to work looking around the school. Can I take a break now? Can I stop? Can I please? Can I please? Can I please? Thank you. I'm just sick of this shit. Ugh. Thank actual God it's over. I'm genuinely tired as fuck now. I'm playing this fucking game. I didn't think that the trial would last that long, but I spent so much time waffling about Genocide Jack. and Toko. What a waste of my life. My back. Okay, so we're down another 2 students. Chapter 3 has begun. Oh, I have so much to say about this one too. Oh my god, this one's so bad. Oh, the chapter is fine, to be honest. I will concede, the chapter is fine. Hell, the investigation is fine. It's the trial that I fucking hate. It's not funny bad. It's not funny bad like the ableism in the last one was funny bad. I mean, it was genuinely made me annoyed, but it also was kind of funny. It's like, I don't want to play the game anymore bad. It made me put... I was telling Bethany about this. It made me put the game down. For about a week. Because I was so angry at it. So we have that to look forward to. When's the next stream? 12th, maybe? '11th. So yeah, 11th we'll be back at 12 o'clock playing this shit again. So yeah, there is some stuff again regarding... People are gonna get so sick of me talking about them, but because I talk about them pretty much constantly and I don't really give a lot of time to the other characters. But Toko and Byakuya, it needs to be spoken about, and now that chapter 2 is ended, we can talk about them. So, Toko and Byakuya. Byakuya, as I said earlier, rapidly climbing the list of my favourite characters. So, he... Hey, how you doing?
He is rapidly becoming one of my favourites, and part of that is due to his relationship with Toko. It's very interesting to me, because something that happened earlier was when, I've already talked about it a little bit, but it was when we went to check on her after she fainted, and Hina was like, come quick, Toko's, fucking around, and me and Byakuya went to see her. Something that happened earlier, me and Byakuya went to check on Toko, and after I asked him if he could convince her to come out of her room, he said yes, which he didn't have to do, really, at all, because he's a massive douche, and he clearly doesn't like her. He kind of threw a wrench into his plans a little bit, because she mentioned promising him something, and I overheard that, or Makoto overheard that, and then questioned Byakuya, and then he got really mad and wouldn't talk to me again after that. In fact, he seemed quite eager to cut ties with me after she said that. So, really, he kind of dug his own grave in that regard, because it made me instantly suspicious of him. So, why would he go and check on her? I don't necessarily think it's because he actually cares about her, but you didn't need to apologize. Okay, that's fine then. But I feel like I do, so I'm going to. Yeah. I don't really know exactly how he feels towards her, but I will say what I said to you the other day about the reason he behaves the way he does towards her is because he's very manipulative, and everything he does is for his own amusement. Now, I did say that the reason he tampered with Chihiro's corpse and the crime scene is to test me and see how capable I am as a detective. But another reason he did it is his own personal amusement. And that's the reason why he outed Toko's. He finds her interesting. He does. He finds her interesting probably because of the whole Genocide Jack thing. He probably really didn't like her at all, genuinely, before he found out that she was Jack. Now, Byakuya describes how he enjoys solving cold cases, which he does. And one that's taken his interest lately is the Genocide Jack case. So when he found out that he was sharing a dorm room with the infamous serial killer herself, he probably immediately started to take an interest in Toko. And he's keeping her close, even though he doesn't really like her. I don't think that he dislikes her any more than he dislikes any of the other characters. He thinks that he's better than everybody else equally. They're all single-celled amoebas that suck, and he's so much better than them. And she's just one of them. But he treats her worse, openly, because she likes being treated that way. And he wants to keep her close to him, because she would do anything for him. As long as he framed it as an order, if he said jump, she'd say off which rooftop, right? She would do anything, no matter how absurd, no matter how impossible. And we see this later on in the game. It's like 8:59 a.m. and he tells her to run to the other side of the school, grab an item, and run all the way back before 9 a.m. She has 60 seconds to do this. It's genuinely impossible. No one would be able to do it, and yet she tries anyway. She tries anyway. She protests for a second, and he's like, well, you're wasting time, and she's like, okay, fine, and runs off. It's genuinely impossible. I wonder if when he goes back to his room and has privacy, he just bursts out fangirling about knowing Genocide Jack. Yeah, that cracked me up. He just starts squealing. He does what she does when she thinks about him. Just starts squealing and kicking his feet a little bit. Yeah, she'd do anything for him. So, and he knows that. Even if it was something like go get me a beer from the fridge or something, she would do it. And that's one less thing that he'd have to worry about.
So... so yeah. He keeps her around for that reason. He probably does like Genocide Jack because she's interesting to him. But... And I think that he keeps... New lore dropped. Yep, new personal headcanon drop. He keeps Toko around because she and Jack kind of come as a package deal. But having her around doing things for him, if he ever needed something, he could just get her to do it. And so that's convenient for him. She's a convenience. And so he keeps her around for that reason. And even though he insults her and says horrible things to her, he never tells her to go away. Which, as I said earlier, she would do anything for him. So if he genuinely didn't want her around and genuinely couldn't stand her presence, he would say, go away and never speak to me again, that's an order. And she would probably do it, as much as she obsesses over him and wants to be around him. If he ordered her, she would torture herself by never being in his presence again, and forcing herself to never come near him, no matter how much she wanted to, because he ordered her not to. So if he really wanted to, he could keep her away from him. But I don't think he does want to. Her presence doesn't offend him so much that he can't stand it. The convenience of having her around outweighs the annoyance that he feels at her presence. So clearly he doesn't hate her so incredibly much. Also, I'm gonna quit now. So yeah. And then there's her feelings for him, where she clearly has very little experience with love and affection, and clearly seems to think that the way he treats her is that. Which is unfortunate. Hey, Celeste. So yeah. It's something I want to look up just a sec. So, there's something I want to discuss about Toko's dissociative identity disorder. Did you save? Yes, I did. I did save, don't worry. I've just been waiting there on that menu screen for ages. If I didn't save during that whole trial, I would have ended my own existence immediately right here and now. But yeah, I saved, don't worry. I do remember. I'm gonna quit because this music does not fit what I'm about to discuss. Whoa. Okay. So. Toko. DID. Yeah? So, dissociative identity disorder, as I have discovered, develops the condition itself, and dissociative symptoms develop in early childhood. Always. It cannot not develop in early childhood. And by early childhood, I mean before the age of 10. So before she even hit puberty, she had to have developed DID. This does not necessarily mean that she has developed alters during early childhood, although this alter development does often come into place after the DID has developed. But it's not always the case. So she had to have at least developed the condition in very early childhood, and the thing with the condition, don't stop, is it develops as a result of severe trauma. Oftentimes, this severe trauma, in most cases, is severe physical, psychological, or sexual abuse of children. So, what typically happens is that there are adjectives that get used to describe alters. And so alters are often protective. So the mind breaks to protect itself from the trauma that is being inflicted on it. And my personal belief is that, obviously this isn't the case in the actual game, there isn't even really any subtext to support my theory, because Genocide Jack is terrible representation of DID, and they don't even really portray the condition properly, let alone the fact that she is an offensive stereotype. But that's besides the point. What I believe Genocide Jack is a protector of Toko, in that she exists so that Toko can go to sleep and wake up and not be in pain anymore, because Jack has taken the pain for her. That's probably how she developed. Toko doesn't like Jack. Toko wishes Jack wasn't there, and Jack goes around killing people, which is awful and terrible, and Toko doesn't want that. And so she wishes she could just do away with Jack. But I think that, through no fault of her own, Toko created Jack inside of her own mind to try and protect it from the abuse. Now, because of the nature of dissociative identity disorder, and the fact that it is a condition developed exclusively in childhood, exclusively due to trauma, oftentimes caused by abuse, we can infer that Toko has had an extremely difficult childhood, potentially one rife with abuse and bullying, either from family members or her peers in school, and we know all of this, all without having to talk to her once. Simply the nature of her condition gives us an insight as to what happened to her when she was younger. So, and the reason I think that she may have been abused by her family is because it develops between the ages of 5 and 10, that's usually before the age that you go to school, or around about the age where you start going to school. And a lot of times when you're that little, your peers don't really bully you quite so much as when you're in middle school or high school. So peer-to-peer bullying wouldn't really be able to cause DID in most cases. It would often be caused by the trauma of having your family hurting you, which is why I believe that Toko may have had an abusive childhood, an abusive family, and also some other stuff that she says regarding her family later. But as this is all without having to talk to her and without getting any specific examples of incidents that occurred in her childhood that were traumatic, we can infer all of this. We can infer that she has had an abusive childhood. We can infer that she has a lot of trauma and a lot of baggage that has made her a very, very unwell person in late teenhood. That, and all because that is the nature of her condition. So that's just something I wanted to talk about. Her life is a fucking mess. It's a disaster, and we're gonna need nothing short of the ultimate therapist to sort this shit out. So, yes, and thank you. I don't know where that came from at all. I don't know where I managed to pull that eloquence from after my brain has been frazzled by 4 hours of trialage. But yeah, it's very sad, and thank you both. It's a difficult situation, it is. It's a very difficult situation. Toko probably has the worst life out of anyone here. And I would like to talk about why she is latched onto Byaku's abuse. I believe that she thinks... I don't think that she thinks that it's actually love that he's feeling for her. She might have deluded herself into thinking that it's love. But I think that she feels safer with him, because she can't ever recover and heal in the way she deserves. No, she can't. It's impossible for her to ever... You can't get rid of your alters. You can integrate with them and accept them, which is really the closest she's ever going to get to healing. But she'll always have this condition now. She has been broken. But if she has suffered from so much abuse... and she does talk about later in the game, if you hang out with her, She talks about her experiences with boys when she was younger and going on dates and stuff like that and how horribly it went. I won't go into the details because if we do hang out with her, then she can... Yeah, it's familiar. She can discuss that. But if she's had people being nice to her and then stabbing her in the back and just saying, I only hung out with you on a dare, which is, I believe, something that had happened to her when she was younger, she had an experience where she thought that somebody genuinely cared about her after growing up in a childhood in an environment that was rife with abuse and probably neglect and probably people who were supposed to take care of her and didn't. She goes and finds other people, friends, peers, teachers, stuff like that, who were supposed to care about her and who try and be her friend, and she's like, oh, finally someone that actually cares about me. And then it turns out they were all laughing at her because there's no way you actually thought that I cared enough to go on a date with you, surely. How heartbreaking that must have been. How traumatizing that must have been. How she's still young, her brain is still developing, and it is learning that other people are not to be trusted. And she is learning that if somebody comes up to you and says, hi, how are you? I care about you, it's a lie. Because it's always been a lie before, so it must still be a lie. So when Byakuya starts acting nasty, he's being honest with her. He's telling her horrible things and treating her horribly, and what she sees is finally somebody's being honest about how they feel for me. She cannot fathom that there might be somebody out there that actually does care about her. She just assumes everybody on the planet hates her, and the closest she can get to finding somebody that cares is just finding somebody that can at least be honest about their feelings towards her. Their feelings being feelings of hatred and negativity. And so she feels safe with his honesty. There's a sense of familiarity with the abuse that she's experiencing at his hands, and there's a sense of safety in the fact that she knows that he will always be honest about how he feels about her. And that's sad. Because she doesn't deserve that. She's a nasty, horrible person, but she is a product of her environment. And she does deserve better. She deserves better than to be treated the way he treats her. And similarly, it does not excuse her later behavior, where she starts sexually harassing him, and acting, kind of breaching his boundaries a little bit. Nothing can excuse that behavior. But even so, she doesn't deserve to be treated so cruelly in return. Because just because she doesn't treat him well doesn't give him the right to abuse her in return. What he does is still bad to her. Right? Like, if you were to abuse somebody, you can't just say, like, abusive actions don't suddenly become morally good just because the person you do it to has done bad things. I will say, I find it very interesting what she said about him during the class trial. A lot of people, I think, probably... I'm going to change more my subject. I'll talk about this in a minute. I think a lot of people were probably made uncomfortable by Toko and Byakuya's relationship because it is an uncomfortable one. Because they're both very toxic and unhealthy, and they're both very terrible to each other. And this is an uncomfortable thing to witness. I, however, think that it makes the game more enjoyable. Well, yes, it does make me uncomfortable to see it, because of reasons I just explained, Toko having such a difficult life and seeing her get further abused even into her adult life. It's a recipe for disaster. However, I find the depiction of their relationship to be interesting and making the game more enjoyable because this gives you something else to analyze. It says a lot more about their characters. Because they're both very interesting, very in-depth characters, and their own psychology influences the way they interact with each other. And it's interesting to watch. Obviously, if we were to look at them as people,
I want nothing more than for them to stay well away from each other and never interact because they're toxic and bad for each other. From a narrative perspective, and from the fact that this is a game that I'm playing to enjoy and analyze, like I'm doing right now, I love their relationship because it's very interesting. It says a lot about him, the way he treats her, and about his motivations and why he's continuing to humour her. And it says a lot about her backstory and background, the way she continues to put up with his abuses, and the way that she continues to sit in his lap regardless of the fact that he clearly doesn't want her to, or isn't interested in her in that way. She still deludes herself into thinking that he loves her, even though, bare minimum, he thinks of her as just the same slug that he thinks everybody else is. And that's at the best. So. And it's interesting just to see them react. It says a lot about their characters. One thing I want to mention during the class trial just then is and it's another example of the ableism of class, of trial 2. I didn't mention it at the time because I wanted the class trial to continue, and I wanted it to end before I went and discussed Toko and Byakuya's relationship. Thoughts are worrying. I need to grab a few before I continue speaking. Yeah, he outed a very vulnerable teenager's mental illness to an entire classroom of people who definitely do not understand the topic. Shit. Makoto's Hangman's Gambit had him call her a schizo, for fuck's sake. So, he did that to her. She went to him and she said, "I only told you because you promised to go out with me." And I don't know if that's true, because she said something earlier on in the chapter where she was going on about being dominated by him or something, and he was like, "You said," she said something like, "You said this," and he was like, "I didn't fucking say that." And you can tell she's making it up, or at least she hallucinated that that's what he said, because she's nuts. But it definitely wasn't something that he would ever say. So I believe him when he said, "I never said that," because it was not the sort of thing that he would say at all. It was some sexist bullshit that she would love. So I don't necessarily believe her when she says that he promised to go out with her. I think that might just have been another instance of her seeing shit that wasn't there. But apparently, according to him, who's unfortunately a more reliable source. He's not reliable, but he's more reliable than Toko. He's a more reliable source of trustworthy information than she is. So I would take his word over hers. But she said that, but he didn't say that he never said that, but he did not say that. So I'm pretty sure what probably happened was she went to him and told him that she was Genocide Jack, hoping that he would go out with her, and just assumed that he said that because she wanted it so bad. But then he outs her secret despite the fact that he promised that he wouldn't. And I think that's really, 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 really shitty of him. It's probably the shittiest thing that he's done. Now, I have seen a Reddit thread discussing this, but what a lot of people say is the game doesn't really treat her with respect. She's kind of a butt monkey in that she kind of just gets flung around, and she would be the kind of character where like a piano would fall on her, and any other character it would kill them, because a piano falling on you is like horrible and extremely dangerous, but if it happened to her, she would just sort of get up with like a bump on her head. She faces so much abuse in like she's the designated one that gets hurt, so she never actually gets injured, but she does get hurt, and it's supposed to be funny. And we see this happen several times, not just physically hurt, but emotionally hurt as well. She gets her feelings hurt a lot, and you're supposed to laugh, and it's kind of a shame. It can be funny sometimes, and it happens to Byakuya as well. That's another reason I like the characters. I should mention that in a minute, actually. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. But yes, Toko gets bullied. She gets bullied by the narrative, she gets bullied by the other characters, and it's sometimes, I'll be the first to admit, I've laughed. It's silly. And Genocide Jack in general is just comic relief. But I did see, as I was saying about him outing her secret, I saw a Reddit thread, and a lot of people were saying, well, of course he would out her secret. Her secret isn't just that she's got DID. Her secret is that her alter is a fucking dangerous serial killer and he could kill anyone at any time. She's been betrayed by someone with the red flag she finds comfort in. Indeed, yes, she got horribly betrayed by him. But I don't think that her being a serial killer still doesn't make it justified to me. Because for one thing, a lot of people say, like, of course you would out a serial killer to your fellow classmates. But you're forgetting who did it. Byakuya did it. Byakuya, the guy that hates his other classmates and would never try and make life easier for them. He would never out her to them, saying like, oh, a dangerous serial killer. I would forgive what he did if he did it because he was worried that she might kill one of his classmates because they're his friends, and, you know, we need to all be aware that there's a dangerous potential killer amongst us, and it's her, and I know it's her, and for the safety of myself and the other classmates, we all need to know this. But that's not why he did it. He did it because shits and giggles. He did it because he thought it would be more entertaining for him to watch everybody else accuse Toko and flounder. He's not doing it out of care for them at all. He's not doing it because he thinks he's in danger. He's not doing it because he thinks everybody else is in danger. Hell, he isolates himself from the rest of the group, and he actively ensures that he doesn't share vital information with them because he's every man for himself. He said this himself. He doesn't want everybody else to know more information. He wants everybody else to be at risk of being killed at any point because he wants to play the game. He wants everybody else to be in danger. He wants everybody else to be at risk. Him not telling them that Toko is a serial killer would make more sense because he wants to see her try and kill one of them. That's amusing, that's entertaining, that makes the game more interesting, and those are things he wants. So I don't buy into this, well, of course you would tell all of your fellow classmates that there's a serial killer amongst you. Yeah, if it was any of the other characters outing her, but I don't buy that excuse because it's him doing it, and that's not what he wants to do. He doesn't care about their safety or well-being. So I don't buy that. He did it to amuse himself. And because it would help push the narrative that Genocide Jack killed Chihiro, which is the narrative that he was peddling throughout the whole trial. Right until he gets outed as a potential suspect. So yeah. And he kept being very, very cruel to her throughout the whole outing process. He was saying very cruel things. I can't remember exactly what he said specifically. But he was being mean. Very mean. At the time, so. he said stuff like, "You came to me with your little sob story, I didn't ask you to." Just being very harsh, needlessly. And something interesting that she said to him is, "I hate you." Now, she clearly doesn't hate him, because throughout the rest of the game, she continues to simp for him and act as his, footrest. So, clearly she doesn't hate him still. It could have been reactionary, in that she was extremely stressed, when he was outing her. She probably didn't expect it. He probably didn't imply that he would ever tell anyone. And he may have even promised, it provided that she wasn't making it up, he may have even promised to not tell anyone. And so the betrayal is even more, shocking to her, because he explicitly promised that he wouldn't do it, and not just she told him and then they parted ways, and then later on she finds out that he told everyone. So yeah, it's unfortunate for her, but I do find it very interesting that she says, "I hate you," which maybe she did. Maybe just for that one small moment, she genuinely hated him for what he did to her. So, or maybe it was just a reactionary, emotional response said in the moment, of which we have had a lot of those during this trial, a lot of emotional lashings out from multiple characters throughout the whole show, for the whole trial, should I say. And then realised that she didn't mean it. If he reminds him of her abusers, she may hate them, but she's still attached to him. Yeah, it could be. It could very well be that. She may have seen for a moment, instead of Byakuya, she may have seen in her mind's eye one of her, perhaps, worst abusers. At this point in time, we're not sure who her worst abusers are. Could be her dad, could be her mom, could be siblings, aunts, uncles, we don't know. Who is a part of her family, let alone who dealt out the worst of the abuse. There normally is a worse one in abusive families. It's usually either the mother or the father, and the other one simply either doesn't abuse them quite as hard, or straight up enables the other one, and just sort of sits there and lets the other person hurt them. Which makes them just as bad, don't get me wrong, because I personally could not sit there and watch my partner hurt my child. I would fucking kill them. So they're just as shitty for sitting there and watching somebody else hurt someone so small and vulnerable. But yes, she may... I don't know, it just seems very strange that... Genocide Jack I can understand, because they don't share memories, and thus Genocide Jack wouldn't have been there while he was outing Toko. But Toko still experiences a lot of affection for Byakuya, and is still used. She still prostrates herself in front of him and allows him to use her as furniture. So it could be that she doesn't necessarily love him anymore, or feels love and hatred, which is, you know, definitely something that is possible to feel, love and hatred at the same time. Or she may have just become so obsessed with him that she can't let go now, even though he's pissed her off and upset her greatly. He may, or she may not be able to get over her obsession and may just continue obsessing over him because she's used to doing that now. Her "I hate you" might have been towards her child abusers, not actually Byakuya. Yeah, I completely agree on that front. So yeah, she's very sad. Very, very sad girl. I feel very bad for her. We need
the ultimate therapist right now. We need them in there, and we need them to sort out all of these traumatized little children. Oh, my legs. My legs. Ow. I've been sitting like a frog for the past 3 hours. Ow, I'm in so much pain. You know, if you listen really closely, you might be able to hear all of my bones crunch as one. My entire skeleton shifts beneath me. Anyway, my poor baby girl, how could they do this to her? Okay. But there is one last thing I wanted to discuss regarding their relationship that I can think of right now. I'm sure I will stay up until 4 in the morning thinking about more things that I have to say and being sad and kicking myself that I didn't discuss them. Her attachment might be her looking Byakuya as a chance to heal. She holds hope that although he's horrible, he'll eventually love her, like she would have hoped from her family. This is a very... the ultimate therapist. This is a very common experience for abused children. Is that... and it's been something that I've experienced as well from abusers and people that don't like you, is that maybe one day they'll love you. But they won't. And it's a very, very difficult thing to try and accept that they'll never love you. Because it involves letting go. Which is extremely difficult. Especially for, children or people even with conditions like autism, where letting go is something that happens, like letting go of hyperfixations is something that happens without you even realizing it. And it's happened to me with hyperfixations. One day I will move on from Danganronpa and find something else to cling on to and make my entire identity. And I won't be too sad, I will just naturally forget about this game until I discover it again and then wonder what the hell happened, and where has this been all my life. But I won't realise that I am... This doesn't happen to every autistic person, but I personally don't realise when I'm moving on from a hyperfixation and on to another one. It just sort of happens. And I don't feel any kind of sorrow over it. But some people probably get very attached to things, especially people and relationships. Those are things that are very difficult to move on from. And in Toko's case, moving on from somebody that you want to love you so much is because you want that love, you want that affection, you want someone to care about you and take care of you in ways that she has probably never been taken care of by anyone. So she hopes that he'll change. Maybe not even change. Maybe she doesn't even want him to stop treating her the way that she's been treated. Maybe he just wants her... maybe she just wants him, rather, to feel love for her, even if he still treats her like dog shit. There is one last thing I wanted to talk about, and it doesn't regard their psychologies. Thank God. I'm done with that shit. I'm done with analysing their backstories now, and their relationship with each other. Just for these last 5-10 minutes, I want to discuss how their relationship impacts the narrative. Now, I got this idea from a Reddit thread. Again, a different one this time. Talking about, do you like or not like Toko and Byakuya's dynamic? And one person, the top comment, brought up a really interesting point that I hadn't thought about before. And that is that Toko and Byakuya keep each other in check. Now, what I mean by this is they're both really annoying, right? They're both awful, they're both terrible, and they would make the experience of playing the game worse because you've always got this annoying douchebag following you around, and making a nuisance of themselves. So they, by nature of having a kind of relationship, not a romantic one, just a character dynamic relationship, they keep each other in check. So think about it. Byakuya is super rich, super powerful, super influential. He's got all this money and resources. He's very intelligent. He's very cunning, scheming, manipulative. He's all of these incredible things. Worst part is, he's an asshole, and he rubs all of this great character traits in your face, and he talks about how much better he is than you, and how you're just a worm, and how he's a fucking lion, fucking leader of the pack, you know, and how great he is. And then in comes Toko, who hasn't showered in 2 weeks, and is drooling all over his shirt, and he can't handle it, and it's funny. She, despite the fact that she kind of sucks, and she doesn't have anything going for her, really, she doesn't have a ton of money, she's got no friends, nobody likes her, she's just a bit of a loser, and here's this great, incredible guy, and he's freaking out because this gross, smelly, ugly, weird little gremlin with a serial killing alter ego is following him around like a plus puppy, drooling and saying all this weird shit about how much she loves him and can't wait to fucking pin him to a desk or whatever it is she wants to do to him. So she, despite all her faults, holds power over the top dog. She has power over him, and it's normally done in a way that is humorous and comical. I do remember from the last time I played this that there's a scene where he realizes that Genocide Jack is coming into the room, and he full-on sprints at the speed of light out of the room and away from her. He's scared of her, not because she's a serial killer, but because she makes him uncomfortable. He doesn't like that. She freaks him out. He's disgusted and creeped out, and he's there cowering in the corner. This big man who is all, I'm so much better than you, is reduced to snivelling in the corner every time Toko so much as walks into the room. Yeah, it's funny. And no, he doesn't what? He sucks, and he's reduced to this. It takes his power from him, and it makes him more tolerable. Because if she wasn't there, he would genuinely be better than everybody else, and that's annoying. Nobody wants somebody who's an actual king, acting so much better than everyone else. That sucks. That's annoying. I don't remember. I think it happens in chapter 3. Because I know that you won't be there for chapter 3. Because it's happening on Thursday. But I will pay attention to the timestamp, and I'll clip it. And I'll tell you what timestamp it is in the VOD, so you can go and find it on Thursday if you want. I can't quite remember. I'm pretty sure it's chapter 3. But I do remember because I found it so fucking funny that he just got so scared that Toko was going to be, like, in his presence that he ran away at the speed of light. He was running out of the room. He didn't just walk out. He started walking out and then got progressively faster until he started sprinting out of the dining hall. And then 5 seconds later, Jack walks in and was like, I can smell Byakuya. He's been in here recently. Did you guys see which way he went? And it's so funny. It's so funny. Love it. Because it makes him... It just makes him look like a bitch. It takes all of his power from him, and it makes him just one of us. And that's good. Because it brings him down a peg. And she doesn't even do it on purpose. She doesn't hold genuine power over him. She holds power over him by virtue of just being gross and weird. And for somebody as composed and
like, he's very regal almost. I think I remember that. Yeah. He's very composed, very almost king-like, very authoritative. It's like he's almost not even human the same way everyone else is. But then in comes Toko, stumbling in, like covered in her own bodily wastes, and then starts clinging to his leg, and then you remember that he's just a teen dude like the rest of us. Despite the fact that he acts like he's so much better, he's just a fucking guy. He really is. Similarly, he makes her less insufferable, because Toko is really annoying. Even Makoto eventually comes to think that she's annoying. And she is, and I say this with love, she's really annoying, and she's awful, and she's nasty, she's misogynistic, she says awful things about other people, she slut-shames, she's cruel, she's extremely defensive. And even though I just went into depth about a bunch of reasons why she's like this, she's really annoying. I'll be the first to admit, Toko fan number 1 over here will be the first to admit, she sucks. And thus, she's on more equal footing with all of the other characters than Byakuya is. So there's scenes where she's arguing with characters and they're telling her to shut up and she's being cruel and nasty and she's arguing with them, but it takes Byakuya to make some cutthroat response that silences her completely. I can't think of any instances off the top of my head, but whereas another character would insult her and she would argue, he'd insult her and she zips her mouth shut. And then that's it. The scene ends and we can move on. Because her being super annoying, if Byakuya wasn't there to curb her behaviour, she would probably never stop. She'd just continue being a nuisance. So, and a lot of the time he orders her to shut up and not talk, which is good, because otherwise she'd be saying a bunch of annoying shit. So he just says, Toko, stop talking, and she stops talking because, as I said earlier, she'd listen to anything he says. So he keeps her in check by making her not say annoying shit. Either he'll insult her, and she'll be so dejected that she will just stop talking and arguing, or he'll order her to stop talking, and then she listens to him. So, thus making interactions with her less unbearable, because she doesn't talk quite as much. So they both keep each other in check, and they both make each other a less intolerable person, an intolerable character to discuss, because she takes his power away and makes him more of a generic guy like the rest of us, and he keeps her behaviour in check by stopping her from talking too much, and he stops her from going on these tangents, and he stops her from continuing to say annoying things, and so that the scene can end and we can progress and move on. It keeps the flow of the game going, because there's always these little scenes where characters are saying shit that's for humor's sake. This happens quite a lot during the trials, where something funny and silly will happen, and then it ends, and then we move on with the trial and the actual progress of the plot. And if it wasn't for him keeping her in check, she would probably say a lot more annoying things, which would make her character more insufferable and make interacting with her a chore. I'm gonna lie on my side. I'm in pain. Oh god, 5 hours and 40 minutes. So yes, that was today's podcast extrapolation on Toko, and by extension Byakuya, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, that was what I've been been itching to talk about this entire time. When I came into the shop yesterday, and I was like literally almost physically holding myself back from talking about Toko. If I had less self-restraint, I probably would have said all this to you yesterday. Another 9-hour stream. I said it would be shorter this time, and I've spent the past hour talking about Toko. Fuck. You can tell how much she means to me just by the fact that I have spent the past hour talking about Toko, Byakuya, ableism, and dissociative identity disorder. And abuse. So. Yeah. Apologies. Yeah. So I think that just about covers everything I wanted to talk about regarding Toko and Byakuya. I had a lot of thoughts regarding their relationship, because it's not just the way he treats her, the way she treats him, the reason he acts the way he does, the reason she acts the way she does, the reasons why their psychology influences their behavior and their interactions with each other, but also how they interact from a narrative standpoint, which is what I just discussed with how her existence makes him a less intolerable character to interact with from a gameplay standpoint. I would probably like him a lot less if Toko wasn't around to make him cry. Not physically, but emotionally. Her existence makes him want to die, and that's funny. And he deserves that, because fuck him. So yeah, love this. Good. More to come, hopefully. I already discussed a little bit about what happens in Chapter 3 and Chapter 3's trial, and why I don't like it. I went into very little detail. I basically just explained in shorthand why I hate it, but you already know what's going to happen next and why I don't like it, so you probably won't be missing out on a great deal. There's not as much Toko or Byakuya in the next one, so I won't have as much info dumping about my favourite characters to do. But yeah. I'm very tired. Brain melting. Faculties shutting down. So yeah. What I think would be best going forward for Toko and Byakuya as people, I would desperately hope that they stop talking to each other, because he clearly doesn't like her presence, and she annoys him, which isn't good for him. He that shouldn't happen. It's not healthy. And for her mental sake, she should move on to somebody that actually does care about her, and foster a relationship with someone that actually likes her and accepts her for who she is, and can help her heal and recover as much as she can after all of the trauma that she's been through in her life. Because the killing game itself is a traumatizing experience. All of the other kids must be super traumatized after you know, presumably after they beat the game they're allowed to leave. But I mean, there's her abusive childhood and traumatizing experiences from her youth that she has. Yeah, there's traumatizing experiences from her youth that she needs to recover from, so she deserves to do that with somebody that will actually help her, not hinder her, which I think Byakuya would. From a narrative standpoint, I hope they stay together forever because their interactions are interesting, but I like Toko as a person too much to do that to her. So, best I could personally hope for is I hope that she moves on to somebody else. She becomes a better person, heals, stops being so obsessive, stops being so clingy, and she gains some self-respect and doesn't put herself in a situation that is just, I'm gonna let myself be abused because that's all I've ever known. and not just accept that other people hurt her. Like, stand up for herself a little bit more and not just take it. And I would hope, although this is much less likely, that Byakuya can gain an empathy brain cell and put it to good use and become a nicer person and maybe stop treating everybody around him like they are on a lower social standing than him and second-class citizens. Particularly her. But I don't think that's going to happen. While she has a chance to heal, I don't think he has a chance to become a nice human being. Hell, maybe he doesn't even have to become nice. Maybe he just could stop being mean and abusive towards her. At the very least, he could stop treating her like shit, even if he doesn't necessarily have to treat her well. Hell, maybe they could even be friends. I would never want them to be in a romantic or sexual relationship, because, ew. First of all, I did tell you yesterday my personal headcanon is that, Byakuya is aromantic and asexual, so I don't imagine him ever wanting an actual relationship with anybody. But also, them being in a relationship, an actual loving one, squicks me out. It might be interesting to explore them being in a romantic relationship from the sense of exploring their character dynamic further, which you could probably do in something like fanfiction. But them genuinely loving each other goes against what we know about their characters. So I don't want to see them happy together, because I don't think that they really work like that. The best I could hope for is that they just treat each other with a bit more mutual respect, like acquaintances would, and then otherwise stay away from each other for their own sakes.